Chapter 1322. Su Fengnian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, covered in blood. He looked even more battered and exhausted after the snow mixed with his blood. Su Fengnian gasped for breath, each breath seeming like it was tearing apart his internal organs. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the broken Bailiang blade and wanted to retrieve it. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as the thought came to mind. At this moment, a snow-white creature with a strange tail slithered out from behind him. It was no more than 3 feet long and had a slender body like a snake. There were 2 horns on its forehead like a flood dragon, 2 whiskers like a carp, and 4 claws. It suddenly moved as fast as lightning and bit the broken blade onto Su Fengnian's leg. It raised its little head and wagged its tail at Su Fengnian as if it was asking for praise. Su Fengnian smiled and extended his hand. The little fellow suddenly turned its body and hovered motionlessly in the air, seemingly pretending not to see anything. Su Fengnian bent his finger and gently tapped on its head. The snake-like creature fell onto Su Fengnian's knee with a thud. First it pretended to be blind, and now it was playing dead. Su Fengnian, his face covered in blood, laughed involuntarily and said, "That bead is already shattered. Even if you swallow it, it'll take at least a few hundred years to completely digest it. It won't be of much benefit to you or me, but Huang Manor needs it to nourish his body and condense his soul. Spit it out obediently, and I'll count to 3. In the end, when Su Fengnian counted to 3, the little fellow lying on his knee twitched on purpose, as if to express that it had died heroically in battle. Su Fengnian twirled its tail with 2 fingers and said helplessly, "As expected of my natal item. It's just like me when it's acting like a rascal. Fine, fine. I promise you that after we return to Liangzhou, you can eat all the koi fish in Tide Hark Lake." The little fellow's head floated up to the same level as its tail and tilted back slightly. Its head and tail joined together to form a cute little circle, just like a lively dragon wall. It hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly opened its mouth and spat out a bead with visible cracks. It was as small as a grain of rice, but it radiated the brilliance of the sun and moon. After spitting out the pearl, the little thing was somewhat dispirited and listless. In a flash, it disappeared into thin air. Su Fengnian held the 2 sections of the cold blade in one hand and pinched the bead with 2 fingers in the other. He stood up with difficulty and turned to walk towards Su Longxiang. The young man stood there in a daze, the body of the famed sword storm calming in his mouth, and his hanging arms had dazzling lightning swirling around them. Even Su Fengnian was shocked by his imposing manner. However, this kind of power was like a dynasty that seemed to be at its peak but was actually surrounded by danger and would collapse at the slightest touch. Su Fengnian didn't approach Su Longxiang, whose qi was extremely chaotic. He loosened his fingers and opened his palm. The broken dragon bead began to spin in his palm. Su Fengnian pushed forward, and the bead slid out of his palm. However, it quickly bounced back. If Su Fengnian hadn't turned sideways in a hurry, he would have been hit by the bead. To the martial artists of Jianghu, this bead was an unimaginable tonic. Its effect of nourishing the essence, qi, and spirit was unparalleled. The bead probably felt Su Fengnian's resistance and could only spin around. To the spiritual bead, its choice of Huang Manor as the dragon cave was naturally far inferior to Su Fengnian, who was a natural matchmaker. Tantai Pingjing swept to Su Fengnian's side and asked with a complicated expression, "If you don't take what is given by heaven, aren't you afraid of being punished?" Su Fengnian said indifferently, "In order to withstand the sky thunder, Huang Manor sealed his heart acupoint. His 3 souls and 7 spirits are very unstable. Even if he becomes a celestial being, he will be no different from Gao Shulu, who has lost her mind. Tantai Pingjing, if you help me, I won't fuss about your sinister intention of trying to take both dragon and python. Tantai Pingjing's mind was full of thoughts. She didn't agree or refuse. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled mischievously and said, "Then I'm begging you, blockhead. Can you do it? At most, I'll return the moon, sky mirror to you later." Tantai Pingjing was stunned and looked absent-minded. It was unknown when Deng Tea had appeared beside the two of them. He chuckled softly and said, "You're still flirting at a time like this?" Tantai Pingjing turned her head and looked at the young man, who was absorbing the chi of heaven and earth crazily. Her expression became serious. Deng Tea touched a sore spot and joked, "Yo, our sect Master Tantai is at least 100 years old, and yet she can still act like a shy little girl. Look, her ears are red." Tantai Pingjing ignored the peach blossom sword god's ridicule and sighed softly. "Even if I help, I'm afraid it's too late. There's only one obsession left to become a celestial being. If I don't cut it, even if Dong Tai takes the sword and I send the pearl, it's meaningless. Su Longxiang still can't return to the human world. Moreover, whether I send the pearl or Dong Tai takes the sword, the price will be very high." Tantai Pingjing raised her hand and waved her sleeve. A breeze rolled up a handful of yellow sand and floated to the young man. The sand didn't turn into powder immediately. Instead, it shot into the lake like an arrow and slowed down bit by bit. However, in the slow process, there was a kind of natural and unreasonable weathering. It was natural because the weathering of sand in the desert was a matter of course. It was unreasonable because under normal circumstances, it wouldn't take a few years or even dozens of years for the weathering of sand in the desert. This strange phenomenon was like a toddler who had just learned how to walk. After one step, he would become a teenager. After a few more steps, he would reach middle age and old age, until he died of old age. Dong Tai clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This is the way of heaven." Tantai Pingjing said worriedly, "The so-called celestial being realm means to forget about the world without worries. When everyone is awake, I sleep alone. Just like what the saint said, lazy travels alone with the wind. How to wake Su Longxiang up is the most difficult part." Dong Tai smiled and said, "It's useless to talk about it. I have a sword." As he spoke, Dong Tai put two of his fingers together, raised them up, and then gently chopped down. If it was said that Su Longxiang's surroundings followed the rules of the heavenly Tao and formed a small kiliocosm of its own, and this part of the world was in chaos like a chicken egg, then Deng Tea's sword momentum was about to split open the world and split the chicken egg in half. Dong Tai laughed loudly and said, "After splitting the mountain, I'll use another sword. Let's call it paving the road." The finger's sword cut the mountain, and the mountain was about to close. Dong Tai then released streaks of sword aura between the mountains, forcibly blocking the gathering of the way of heaven. Dong Tai rode the wind and flew forward. After leaping over Su Longxiang's head, the calm wind ripple with purple lightning appeared in his hand. After the peach blossom sword deity went straight through the thunder pool of heaven, his figure went further and further. He knocked his fingers and flicked his sword. He laughed and said, "Splitting the mountain and paving the road, 2 swords in exchange for a good sword. We don't owe each other anything." Chapter 1323. Almost as soon as Dong Tai took the first step, Tantai Pingjing took the bead from Su Fengnian and followed closely behind Dong Tai. The path was as narrow as a sword's length. Tantai Pingjing, dressed in white, followed Dong Tai and flew over Su Longxiang's head like a white phoenix. At the same time, she shook her wrist and slapped the bead into the young man's chest. When Tantai Pingjing landed in the distance, she felt as if she had walked through the gate of hell. She still had lingering fear, as if her soul was trembling. The feeling was even stronger than that of surviving a life and death battle. It was because she was a top chi trainer in the world and someone who knew the strictness of the natural law best that she felt the lingering fear. The reason was simple. If Zhang Julu, the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court, was traveling incognito in Tian City, ordinary people could ignore him if they didn't know his identity. However, if an official working in the 6 ministries passed by the blue-eyed man, he would inevitably feel as if he was walking on thin ice. Dong Tai and Tantai Pingjing passed through the thunder pool, one after the other. It happened in the blink of an eye. She turned her head and showed a shocked expression. The 2 mountains merged, but Su Fengnian was standing beside Su Longxiang. Tantai Pingjing knew that Su Fengnian went there with the help of the Yujing Sky Mirror, and he could also leave with the help of the Yujing Sky Mirror. However, the key was that in the middle of this trip, Su Fengnian was not going there to enjoy the scenery, but to wake up his younger brother, Su Longxiang. Tantai Pingjing could be 10 years older or even a month later. Perhaps in less than half an hour, she would see a hunchbacked old man with white hair instead of a young king of Bailiang, who was only in his 20s. Tantai Pingjing bit her lips. She could understand why Su Fengnian gave the bead to Su Longxiang. It was common for brothers to respect each other in the world. Although it was rare in the families of emperors, generals, and ministers, she was not surprised that Su Fengnian was willing to give the good stuff to Su Longxiang. It could even be said that Tantai Pingjing also thought that it was reasonable that Su Fengnian was willing to resist the heaven's punishment for his younger brother. After all, at that time, Su Fengnian still had the strength to fight. However, now the chi pond in Su Fengnian's body had dried up. What else could he do other than die? Tantai Pingjing could not suppress her anger. She suddenly opened her mouth, slightly. Su Fengnian seemed to have only said one sentence to his younger brother, and then quickly retreated to the original place. He staggered out of the shaky Yujing Sky Mirror with a bright smile on his face. Tantai Pingjing did not think that one sentence could wake up Su Longxiang. One sentence could break the heavens' law. However, the scene that followed made her believe that rules and reason really didn't work on this pair of brothers. The youth opened his eyes, turned, and ran to Su Fengnian. He lowered his head and crouched down, gently carrying the exhausted Su Fengnian. There was a sound of horse hooves in the distance. It should be the 2,000 dragon elephant army that arrived late. Of course, even if this cavalry army arrived early, they would only be caught in the crossfire without any power to retaliate. Tantai Pingjing came to the side of the 2 brothers. She glanced at Su Fengnian's hands on his younger brother's neck. His palms seemed to have been cut clean by a knife, revealing the shocking white bones. She softly reminded, "Wang Xianji's disciple, Lu Huang, is here." In the distance, in the wind and snow, there was a wooden man with an ancient sword bodhisattva barbarian at his waist. The exhausted Su Fengnian had an indifferent face. He smiled and said hoarsely, "Lu Huang is here to watch the show. If he really wants to take revenge, he will honestly wait for me to recover my strength. If he is willing to kill a weak enemy, then Lu Huang is not Wang Xianji's disciple." Tantai Pingjing sneered. "Lu Huang can wait for that day." Su Fengnian glared at her and said weakly, "How can you talk to your master like that?" Tantai Pingjing seemed to have been touched. A trace of indistinct, murderous intent appeared. Su Fengnian knocked Huang Manor's shoulder with his chin, indicating that he should ignore this woman. Tantai Pingjing's meaning was to ask whether Su Fengnian could return to the peak. This peak obviously could not be the time when he fought Wang Xianji, nor could it be the time when he was invited 3 times. It was before he withstood the last sky thunder. At that time, although Su Fengnian did not have Gao Shulu's physique, he had abundant spirit. Su Fengnian did not want to answer this question directly because he did not have the confidence in his heart. After this battle, he completely separated himself from his previous life. The disadvantage was that he did not have any trump cards. The advantage was that Bailiang would not have any twists and turns because of Su Fengnian's luck. On the other hand, Su Fengnian had a life item and was already closely related to the fate of Bailiang. Once Bailiang was broken, he would certainly die. In this regard, Su Fengnian did not worry about personal gains and losses. He could save Huang Manor and let his younger brother have no worries. Today's big deal was a profit. Doing business with God without any pretense of cordiality, not only did he not lose everything, but he also made a little profit. This was a technical job that made Su Fengnian feel proud of himself. After the battle, Su Fengnian was a little sleepy and his eyelids were fighting. But before he fell asleep, Su Fengnian still had some things to say to his younger brother, so he spoke his mind in a long-winded manner. Huang Manor, I don't want to say nonsense like your master didn't die for you. The old heavenly master sacrificed his life for you. You feel guilty, but I feel the same way. When old Huang left Bailiang for Martial Emperor City, I also thought that because old Huang was a sword fanatic, he went to the Eastern Sea to prove the 3 words, 9 swords Huang. But in fact, I know very well that old Huang went for me. There was no other reason. Perhaps he wanted to tell me that if Su Fengnian did not have Bailiang in the future, there was still the martial world to think about. Perhaps old Huang felt that the first time I walked the martial world with him, he did not give me any face and wanted to leave in glory again. Perhaps, who knows? In short, old Huang left. Just like the old heavenly master, he couldn't escape death in his lifetime. But for us, he died a long time ago. You wanted to kill a few more experts for me. I understand your thoughts, but you didn't do it well. More accurately, you did it in a complete mess. I rushed here to fight this and that, and I really didn't have time to beat you up. Otherwise, I would have already beaten you. But I want to beat you up now, but I really don't have the strength. When I was young, I clearly did something wrong, but I still like to argue with Su Shao. I felt that it was a very satisfying thing, and I was afraid that our father would scold or beat me. After the incident, I always felt that I was a man. But when I grew up, I realized that it was wrong. Huang Manor, don't learn from me. Su Fengnian's nagging voice was getting softer and softer. Su Longxiang didn't interrupt from beginning to end and carefully carried his older brother on his back. When he was young, he had already revealed his innate divine strength. He would often carry his older brother up and down Mount Qingliang. Occasionally, his older brother would even pull a kite in his hand. The big sister, who loved to join in the fun, would run behind them and shout happily, "Fly, fly, fly." Huang Manor said softly, "Big brother, don't sleep." Chapter 1324. A large group of people were kneeling in the corridor of a secluded building located in the corner of Shijing's inner court. Not far from the building, there were many corpses lying on the ground. They were all Beimeng's most valuable qi cultivators. An old woman in a black robe and a white fur coat stood under the eaves. Her hands were folded in front of her chest, and her sleeves were rolled up like bat wings. This old woman, who made Beimeng men grovel under her skirt, rarely got angry, but today her expression was very ugly. First, the Dowd Sect's immortal Nan Ming, who was good at divination, told her in a trembling voice that the chess and sword music school's bronze ancestor was unknown, and that the sword chi was close to yellow and blue. Then, the hibernating cauldron, which was a national treasure, was smashed by an unknown land immortal, and the true dragon that had been raised for more than 20 years broke out of the cauldron. That was not all. Under the rolling thunder, The true dragon that had taken advantage of the situation did not gain any advantage, so she decisively decided to help it. This was because she had always dared to gamble with the heavens. It was fine if she did not gamble, but if she did, she would gamble big. Last time, she won a lot of money, and the entire Beimeng dynasty followed her surname. But this time, the immortal Nan Ming told her that she had lost, and the 100 corpses outside the building were proof. In fact, her anger was not because she had lost a battle in Liuzhou of Bailiang that did not affect the overall situation. It was not even because of the death of the true dragon, and definitely not because of those qi cultivators who did not care about the world. What really made the old woman unable to accept was a small matter that could not be told to anyone. When she was at the lowest point of her life, she lost to an unknown brute of Liaodong. When she was at the peak of her power, she lost to his son. The peace warrant stood beside the old woman, and the old man was the only Beimeng official who still dared to stand. She finally spoke. Pass down the decree to Dong Zhuo that he is allowed to mobilize all the troops at the border without permission, regardless of whether it is a general or a military officer. All must listen to him. Those who disobey will be executed by Dong Zhuo first and report later. Pass down the decree to Tuoba Bodhisattva to lead the troops to the south and head straight for Liuzhou. Pass down the order to Li Mixi. Prepare for the carp crossing the river. Pass down the decree to Huang Songpu. Order him to rise and lead the troops to Shijing. Imperial edicts came out of her mouth one after another. She was, after all, an old woman in her twilight years, so it was inevitable that her energy was lacking. For a moment, it was difficult for her to conceal her old weariness. However, today she did not allow herself to slack off for even a moment. She pulled out her hand from her wide sleeves and abruptly tore off the old fox fur coat on her body, throwing it into the snow outside the steps. Then she strode away, not looking at the old thing that was constantly accumulating snow again. Great Peace City never lacked excitement, but many of them were hard to join. Once they encountered something they could join, no one was willing to fall behind. Right now, there was a rumor that the new Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, who would replace Jean Sanlang, was going to teach martial arts. Whether it was an armchair strategist or he really had a belly full of strategies, the truth would be known after a walk. The majority of people were there to see a joke. The current Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, had a good reputation in the Imperial College. Not only had he obtained many gifts from the Imperial Court for the Imperial College, he had also founded the most famous poetry club in the capital. Together with the 7 scholars in the club, they were known as the 8 talents of Great Peace City. They included the top 3 in the new exam, the top scholar Li Jifu, the second-place Gao Tingshu, and the second-place Wu Zongxian. Among them, Gao Tingshu, who had the reputation of being a poet ghost, wrote the popular Drunken 8 Immortals at a banquet, instantly causing the 8 people present to become famous overnight. The 8 talents of Great Peace City came from different backgrounds, like the difference between heaven and earth, but they often sang poems and showed the elegance and elegance of scholars. Those with discerning eyes could see that although the head of the 8 talents, Jean Sanlang, was not very popular among the central cabinet officials, the imposing manner that he had slowly gathered could not be underestimated. A provincial pawn called Sun Yin had made an exception to fill the empty position of the Right Chancellor, which was especially abrupt and rude. What was even stranger was that this person did not have any solid backing. Therefore, Sun Yin's rampage, entering the imperial court with the local official Su Gong as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, and Chen Wang's meteoric rise, became the 3 surprises of the capital's officialdom at the end of the first year of the auspicious talisman, extremely eye-catching. Furthermore, Su Gong, who had the status of Lady Su, had previously had the foundation of being a dragon general. Chun Wang, Chen Xiaobao, had the double foundation of being the crown prince's attendant lecturer and the meritorious service examiner. In contrast, Sun Yin felt even more strange. Moreover, Sun Yin was extremely arrogant. He publicly announced that the content of his lecture would be a great martial arts demonstration. He would be the attacking party and would have two forces in his hands, Beimang's millions of Iron Horse cavalry and the remnants of West Chu's restoration of the Guangling Road. Everyone who listened to the lecture belonged to the defending camp. There was the army led by Lu Xingxiang, the commander of the southern expedition, who was newly conferred the title of General Piao Yi by the imperial court. There was also the Liao defense line, led by Gu Jiantang, the vassal states' forces that participated in the quelling of difficulties. Finally, there was also the Beiliang cavalry that had been deliberately forgotten by the Central Plains for many years. This could be said to be an unprecedented battle of words. Just the number of Imperial College students who participated in the lecture amounted to more than 6,000 people. In fact, most people were destined to not be able to hear what the new chancellor was saying. However, there was no need to worry. Very soon, there would be people from the front to the back to pass on the message, layer by layer, like waves after waves. The students who rushed to occupy the seats early all sat on the ground. Those who came later could only stand. Those who came later had to stand on their tiptoes and stretch their necks. After that, they had to stand on benches and chairs. However, in the best position, not far from Sun Quantu at the front, there were many simple but thick praying mats placed there. There were about 30 of them. Those who were qualified to sit on the praying mats were really honorable. Among them, the leader was the first prime minister of Liang Imperial Court in 30 years, the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong. On the left side of the head of the secretariat was Huan Wen Tantnan, who was in charge of the province. On the right side was the frustrated person who failed to succeed Bai Guo as the Minister of Rights in the change of power, Yao Baifeng, a Master of Science who continued to be in charge of the Imperial College, and Bai Guo, who was transferred from the Minister of Rights to the Ministry of Revenue. There was also a certain member of the imperial family who was particularly proud of his success in the middle of winter. Yes, it was the Prince of Chai, who swaggered into the capital with the help of his good son-in-law. This long martial arts lecture went on from noon to dusk. There was no sign of it ending, but no one left. In fact, there were even a lot of new faces coming in. There was a sea of people. During this time, the crown prince, who was in charge of the country, quietly joined in with the crown princess. Soon, the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel and the new assistant minister of the Secretariat, Zhao Yuling, broke through the crowd without hiding his identity and joined in. He sat on a newly added praying mat. Compared to Zhao Yuling, the prime minister, Yi Maochun, who had been promoted from the chancellor of the Hanlin Academy to the minister of personnel, was much more reserved and low-key. He arrived at the Imperial College with a light carriage and stood side by side with Chen Wang, who was young enough to make one's hair stand on end. He couldn't see or hear anything. However, these two could be called important officials of the central government. One was a second-rank official of the external court, and the other was a third-rank official. They stood there for a full 4 hours, because they stood at the very back and didn't have any retinue to protect them. They also didn't wear purple official robes. On their left and right were ordinary students of the Imperial College who studied hard. No one knew that there were two important officials of the court standing right in front of them. They only thought of them as ordinary Confucians of Great Peace City. The Imperial College continued to be noisy and lively. It became the hot topic of discussion in the capital. The restaurants and tea houses outside the Imperial College were even more crowded, waiting for the results of the debate to be revealed. There were constantly scholars running onto the street to report the real-time situation. Chapter 1325. However, in the almost empty Hamlin Academy, two travel-worn old faces appeared. One was Mr. Yuan, who had been depressed for many years, and the other made the official on duty almost roll his eyes. When the two teachers of the Song family dominated the literary world, the official was praised by everyone, both in front of and behind him, for being a young phoenix of the Song family. Now, not only were the two teachers dead, there was no glory to speak of. Who did not know that the Song family, which had been endlessly glorious, certainly had no chance to make a comeback? A featherless young phoenix was worse than a chicken. Who would be willing to treat Song Kelly, who was demoted to a poor county magistrate, as a scallion? If such a cold stove could still make a comeback, I would eat all the ashes of the stove. This 7th grade Qinglu official did not put on too much airs. After all, Yuan Huang men who had gone out to visit his relatives still had a position in the Hamlin Academy. They would see each other frequently. There was no need for him to lose the merit that he had accumulated over many years for Song Kelly. Yuan Pu, or Yuan Bunshi, the master of the Emperor of Liang, sat down in his room. His half-inch-long tongue was naturally unclear. Don't you want to go to the Imperial College? That's the place where your Song family rose. Song Kelly, who had traveled with Mr. Yuan, shook his head and said calmly, "It's useless to revisit the old place." Yuan Bunshi was silent for a moment and said slowly, "Chen Wang, Sun Yin will be your political enemy from now on. They won't lose to you in terms of achievements and knowledge, but they took the initiative to come out in the open. This is your biggest disadvantage, but also your only advantage." Song Kelly nodded. In the dusk, in the yamen of the Zhao family, which was not far from the Hamlin Academy, a tall old man with purple beard and blue eyes walked to the Imperial Street alone. He stood in the middle of the most magnificent and wide street in the world, with his back to the gate of the Imperial City, and looked at the sky in the south. The old man remembered a chance encounter when he was young. At that time, that man was also very young, and at least he wasn't crippled. At that time, he was deliberately forced to stay in the Hamlin Academy by his master, and his best friend was already in charge of the Ministry of War. The other Jinshi of the same year also had a bright future. It was a time when the literati were overwhelmed by the military. 10 years ago, literati were like performers who could only answer to the generals in the imperial court. If it was a few decades ago, the dynasty was full of warring towns, and people were divided into territories. Literati couldn't even answer to the generals if they didn't flatter the right people, or if they flattered well, but were misunderstood by the generals, they might be beheaded. In such a dynasty, not to mention the orthodox Great Chu of the Central Plains, even Dongyue, who was willing to be slaves to the Great Chu, was qualified to laugh at the northern neighbor as a group of uncivilized barbarians, not to mention the orthodox Great Chu of the Central Plains. Because of his purple beard and blue eyes, even the barbarians of Liang in the eyes of the Central Plains people had to mock and ridicule him. It was a gloomy day in late autumn when a certain scholar's life was finally getting better. He went to the Ministry of War to ask his friend to open the back door and borrow a map of the two vast territories. When he got the map as he wished, it was raining heavily. He didn't dare to let the rain wet the map, so he had to take shelter under the eaves of the yamen. But the heavy rain didn't stop, so he could only wait patiently. Then he saw a young man arrive with an umbrella and a small wooden chest in his hand. He didn't like this person because he had a strong warrior's aura. Judging from his attire, he was probably a military officer with a surplus rank who the imperial court turned a blind eye to. The Ministry of War's yamen courtyard was deep and had several entrances. He guessed that this person would be stopped at the first courtyard, As expected, the guy was stopped at the first courtyard, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But when he was waiting for the rain, he occasionally turned his head and glanced at him. He saw the ordinary-looking young warrior standing alone in the heavy rain, his umbrella by his feet. There was also the open chest, shining with white light, which should be silver. But this little bit of silver was nothing in the eyes of the old master of the Ministry of War, whose appetite could swallow the sky. It was just a matter of drinking with 3 or 4 colleagues. He vaguely heard the words of the young man who was refused entry, which were repeated over and over again. "I, Su Shao, promise you with my head. Just give me 1,000 soldiers a month. Just 1 month, the next time I visit you. I will have someone bring 10 chests of gold." The rain continued to fall. He heard the young man in the courtyard speak loudly and compromise constantly. From 1,000 soldiers, it was reduced to 800, then to 500, and the chest also increased from 10 chests to 20 chests, then to 30 chests. When the rain finally lessened, perhaps because the old men of the Ministry of War, who were leisurely drinking tea and chatting, felt that it was about time to go home, there were groups of 2 or 3 important people who walked out of the courtyard one after another. They chatted and laughed, not looking sideways as they brushed past the young man. Later, a manager finally took a look, but not at the young man who was asking for soldiers and horses. Instead, he looked at the silver soaked in rainwater in the chest. He let out a snort of laughter and seemed to say something sarcastic, but at the time, he was hiding from the crowd at the door and did not hear it clearly. He thought that since the rain hadn't completely stopped, he might as well wait for his friends in the courtyard to finish their business. Perhaps it was true that there was always a way out. He saw an old man wearing a tiger and leopard patch walking out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Beside him was an official from the Ministry of War, who was eagerly holding an umbrella. The umbrella was tilted towards the old man. When the old man passed by the young man, he stopped and kicked the chest with his foot. Because the rain was much lighter, he could clearly hear the conversation between the two of them. "Where are you from?" "This general is Su Shao, from Jianzhou of Liaodong. You lost the battle." "Yes, but this general has 700 brothers and defeated 2 of Hong Qingqiu's main battalions, one of which was cavalry." "What main force? What cavalry? It's all nonsense. A loss is a loss. This official will only ask you one thing. This official will treat it as a small gamble for fun and give you some men. But can you really earn back your losses?" "Yes." "Well, fine. This official will give you a tiger tally. You can go to the right guard and transfer 300 men. As for the chests, by the way, how many did you say you carried?" "Sir, it's 30. 30, 50. Oh, you're quite smart. Fine. This official will give you 300 men. Remember to bring the chests directly to my residence later." "Thank you, sir. This general will live up to your kindness. Oh, I almost forgot. What's your name?" "This official doesn't want to not know who to look for when I want to kill someone." "Su Shao of the Jinzhou Battalion." Finally, the big boss from the Ministry of War walked out of the Yamen gate. Beside him was the official who held the umbrella for him with one hand and carried the chest with the other. He saw the young general standing in the rain, with his fists clenched. His back was straight, but there was an extra tiger tally in his hand. The young man put the tiger tally into his pocket, bent down to pick up the umbrella, and turned to walk to the gate. He had already looked away when the young general picked up the umbrella. He looked down and faced the south. The latter didn't rush to open the umbrella. Instead, he stopped under the eaves of the gate and seemed to see him. He took the initiative to ask with a smile, "Are you still waiting for the rain to stop?" He stared blankly for a moment, then nodded. Then that fellow grinned at him and threw the umbrella over without giving him a chance to refuse. He walked down the steps in large strides, stepped into the mud, and gradually walked away. That day, Zhang Jiulu remembered the name of that young warrior, Su Xiao. That year, the era name of Eternal Hui hadn't been used. Of the two young men he met, one wasn't the powerful Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court, and the other wasn't a great general with unconferred merits, nor were they political enemies who had no dealings with him. At the end of the first year of Auspicious Talisman, only Zhang Jiulu, an old man, was left. The old man standing on the imperial road slowly came to his senses. He smiled and muttered to himself, "I don't like to drink. If I can meet you underground, I'll have to buy you a drink. But before that, let me hold the umbrella for Bailiang. Not for you, Su Xiao, but for the people of Bailiang and Liang." At the end of the auspicious year, Emperor Zhao Tuan returned to the capital. The imperial censorate and the 6 departments jointly impeached one person. Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu of Liang issued an edict, and the imperial court announced the 10 great crimes. The emperor issued an edict to execute 9 generations. Chapter 1326. In Xiangzhou, where Guangling Road and Nanjiang Road intersected, it was famous because of a relatively young apricot alley. On both sides of this alley were courtyards in Jiangnan. Although they were not grand, they were exquisite. The residents were not high-ranking officials or dignitaries, but scholars who had fallen on hard times and did not participate in Hong Jia's escape to the north. There were survivors of West Chu who lived in seclusion, and there were also disheartened teachers from Shangyin Academy. When these scholars settled down, they were really short of money and could not build any large residences. The mansion of the Fan family was located in the deepest part of Apricot Alley. The Fan family was once a wealthy family in the southern Tang. The ancestors of this branch of the Fan family did not want any treasures when they separated from the family before they fled. They only wanted the library that was the hardest to carry around. In the past 20 years, they had been struggling to make ends meet. If they did not rely on selling the ancient books in the new building, they would have been reduced to a situation where they did not have enough food to eat. Liang was prosperous, the country was prosperous, and so was the chess. Fortunately, the Fan family produced a chess addict who did not like fame. Fan Zhangho and Liang imperial courts, Tanhua, Wu Congxian, were known as the first 2/9. Before the two were 30 years old, they were invincible south of the Guangling River, especially Tanhua Wu Congxian, who later became one of the 8 talents of the capital. After passing the imperial examination, he was personally appointed by the emperor to fight against the 4 great national players of Liang. He won all 4 battles and obtained an incredible record. Fan Zhangho, who had a slight advantage in the battle of first and second, was vaguely the number 1 player in Liang's chess world and received the new title of Fan Tendan. The Apricot Alley, where Fan Changho lived, was bustling with carriages and horses. However, this chess addict had been refusing visitors. Fan Changho, who was gentle and generous on the chessboard, seemed to be particularly unapproachable in real life. The Fan family's library was in the Relief Heart and Begging for Forgiveness pavilions. The Begging for Forgiveness pavilions had 3 floors on the top of the mountain with 6 rooms each. There were corridors in the front and back, and in front of the building was a square patio. It covered an area of 3 mu and was paved with green bricks. Not long ago, Fan Changho, who had just become the head of the Fan family, set a number of strict rules for the collection of books. Among them, there was a rule that no books could be collected from the cabinet. Women with different surnames and surnames were not allowed to enter the cabinet. The keys to the cabinet were controlled by the first son of the family. Today was a warm winter day, suitable for drying books to get rid of mold and dampness. An elegant-looking man in a green robe took out handfuls of printed books from the attic and spread them out on the green brick floor of the courtyard in front of the Seeking Forgiveness pavilion. He did it himself and did not let the servants do it for him. A young girl whose cheeks were flushed red from the sun was squatting on the ground, casually flipping through the books. She wasn't reading with great interest, but was frowning. Looking at her back, the man smiled and stretched. He caught a glimpse of a huge figure sitting on the edge of the patio, where sunlight and shadows intersected, silently. The man's happy mood was clouded. The way this tall giant had visited the Fan family was extremely shocking. He hadn't presented a name card or knocked on the door. Instead, he had fallen from the sky and smashed into the pond in the Fan family's backyard. At the time, Fan Changho had been playing chess with someone and had sunk into a long and exhausting thought. The person playing chess had him bring the visitor. Fan Changho ordered the servants in the family who heard the noise not to make a sound. Then, this tall and burly man, like a celestial being, had been inseparable from the old and the young, never speaking. It was Fan Sherdwan. The man walked to the old man's side. The old man was sitting on a small stool. In front of him was a gold-threaded Nanlu chessboard. At his hand was a small cup of white salt, a plate of crisp white radishes, and a bowl of white rice. After the tall, golden-skinned guest had appeared, the old man had laid out the game in front of him. Then, he hadn't placed a piece, saying nothing. Unless the young girl spoke to the old man, even if Fan Changho said something, the old man would be too lazy to respond. Fan Changho was standing behind the old man, facing the chess game that had already been set up. His heart was full of suspicion. The black and white chess pieces crisscrossed like canine teeth. This was a classic game of strength. It didn't pay much attention to the shape of the game. But in Fan Changho's view, this game was far from worthy of the old man's attention. It had to be known that in the eyes of the world, Fan Changho had learned without a teacher, and it was publicly acknowledged that he was slow. In terms of talent, he was worlds apart from Wu Songxian, who had made his name at a young age. It was only through his tenacity that he had been able to become a late bloomer. A few years ago, he had finally been able to match Wu Songxian. But of course, Fan Changho had a master, and it was Huang Longshi of the Spring and Autumn Chess Armor. If not for this, Fan Changho's late bloomer would have been 20 years later. In today's world, the 9th Dan was the highest level of Go. The top national players who were by the emperor's side waiting for the imperial decree were all unquestionably strong 9th Dan. There were also some experts in the countryside who possessed the strength of 9th Dan, but they weren't necessarily strong. As for the princess of Bailiang, Su Weisheng, who had become famous for her studies at the Yin Academy, there was a saying called Su Shi and 13. Su Shi said that this woman's strength was far beyond a 9th Dan expert, and she was fully deserving of the title of Great 10th Dan. Su Shi-san said that she was often able to play the unfathomable and marvelous moves of the 13th Dan. Therefore, she could be considered a first-rate Go master on the same level as Chao Guanzi of West Chu. Fan Changho admitted that he could barely bear the title of 10th Dan, but when compared to Su Weisheng and Chao Chongqing, there was a huge gap of 1 stone. As for comparing himself to this master in front of him, this was a pleasant reunion between master and disciple. His master had given him 2 stones, but Fan Changho still lost all 10 games. The old man stared at the chessboard. He picked up a pinch of salt and sprinkled it on the radish. He asked, "Yuetian, do you still remember what I said to you when we played our first game of chess?" Fan Zhangho, who was known by the courtesy name of Yuetian, replied respectfully, "Master said 2 things. One was that true skill lies outside of chess. The other was that no matter how good you are at chess, it's all there is to it. There is a world of difference between knowing how to play chess and knowing how to behave. Huang Longshe, the #1 devil of the spring and autumn period, grunted in agreement. He chewed on the bland and slightly salty radish. That's why, other than teaching you how to play chess, I also want you to not delay your studies. Now that Wu Zongxian has become famous in the capital, you don't have to fight for anything. Instead, you're even more famous than Wu Zongxian. In the future, no matter who sits on the dragon throne in the Liang imperial court, there will be a place for you. Fan Zhongho asked softly, "Why does Master want me to be on good terms with His Royal Highness, the King of Yanqi? Is it because the Emperor killed Grand Secretary Zhang Julu and was disappointed?" Huang Longshe smiled and asked, "Yue Tian, don't tell me you think Bai Yin shouldn't have been killed." Fan Zhongho didn't dare to be mysterious in front of his master. He said frankly, even if the emperor wanted to pave the way for Crown Prince Zhao Xuan, killing Zhang Julu alone would be enough. Killing all 9 of his family members would be too much. Huang Longshe smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the importance of the matter. First, tell me why Bai Yin was a dead end." Fan Zhongho walked to the opposite side of the chessboard and sat upright. He said in a deep voice, "Grand Secretary Zhang Julu promoted the imperial examination and opened the Dragon Gate for the poor children. Moreover, under Zhang Julu's protection, people like Yin Maochun and Zhao Yuling appeared. Not only were they capable officials, but under the protection of Zhang Julu, they were able to smoothly soak in the officialdom for many years. They became more familiar with the emperor's thoughts and the rules of the imperial court. They knew how to protect themselves and also knew how to accumulate power while leaving their names in the annals of history. These officials were different from those loyal officials in the spring and autumn period who were willing to die if the emperor wanted them to. Even if the emperor wanted them to die, the officials didn't have to die, but they weren't willing to commit suicide. In the future, there would be a continuous stream of poor and important officials. Since they were born in the marketplace, it didn't matter if they lost the family property they had accumulated over decades. At certain moments, they weren't like the deep-rooted children of the aristocratic families. They were more willing to sacrifice themselves. Zhang Julu was the creator of the spring of Yonghui and the instigator of the poor people wearing purple and yellow. This is death. Huang Longshe grabbed a handful of white rice and stuffed it into his mouth. He smiled slowly and said, "It's far from enough. The crown prince, Zhao Xuan, is going to ascend the throne. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be an emperor in a time of peace and prosperity. He won't have any military exploits. But if the imperial court has Zhang Julu for civil affairs and Gu Jiantang for military affairs, it will be extremely difficult for the new emperor, Zhao Xuan, to convince the masses. The current Son of Heaven has continuously tested the Grand Secretary Darren, Jean Lanting's impeachment, the great General Yang Xinxing's mentioning of the loyal lie of Jizhou's Han family, making an exception to promote Chai Juanwang's son-in-law Chenwang, summoning Qi Yanlong to the capital, reactivating the Hall Secretariat's subordinate provinces to contend with the minister of Shangshu. Various methods have been pressing on the Grand Secretary step by step. Zhang Julu seems to have chosen to retreat step by step from the beginning to the end, dismantling Zhao Yuling's power on his own, abandoning one after another Zhao Yuling, Yin Maochun, and Bai Guo, leaving behind only Wang Xiongui, who was publicly recognized as the most lacking of the prime minister's support. Even when the last pillar of Zhonglu, the minister of revenue, Wang Xiongui, was demoted to Guangling's magistrate and left the capital, Zhang Julu still didn't make a sound. Speaking to this point, Fan Zhongho paused for a moment. But as long as Zhang Julu doesn't die, even if he takes the blame and resigns, this civil official leader will return to his hometown and live in seclusion in the mountains after losing his position. Then Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong, who was originally used to contend with Zhang Julu, will be in an awkward position. Moreover, how old is Zhang Julu, and how old is Qi Yanglong? When the time comes, as soon as the world situation changes, Zhang Julu, who is not in the imperial court but in Jianghu, will instead have the opportunity to become the savior of the world. Today, the disparity in treatment between Zhang Julu and Qi Yanglong, as well as their positions in the hearts of the people, will coincidentally be reversed when the time comes. How can His Majesty not understand the logic within? How can he leave a mess for the crown prince? If it's just this argument, without the first death of Zhang Julu, as I said earlier, it can still be used as a check and balance for the monarch to control his subjects. However, since it will be a dynasty without major wars in the future, and there will be more and more talented people in the imperial court, the emperor's spring of auspicious talisman is not inferior to Zhang Julu's spring of eternal Hui. Why should the Zhao family keep you, Zhang Julu, around? Huang Longsher nodded. Zhang Julu has been a timely help in these 20 years, so he can't be killed. In the future, he can only be the icing on the cake. His tail can't be removed, so he can indeed be killed earlier. This is also considered death. 2 of them are dead. Continue. Chapter 1327. Obviously, Fan. Zhang Ho had a card up his sleeve. He had already prepared a bellyful of drafts. Without any pause to ponder, he spoke tirelessly. The previous 2 deaths were the current Son of Heaven's funeral matters. Right now, Liang Meng's war and pacification of Guangling are the most urgent matters at hand. During his lifetime, Zhang Julu made enemies on all sides. 3 of his mortal enemies were the imperial family's nobles, the influential family's civil officials, and the local military generals. These 3 had been suppressing their monstrous resentment toward the Grand Secretary Darren. For the past 20 years, the imperial family's clansmen had lived like rats on the street. At first, they originally thought that when the late Emperor Zhao of Liyang unified the world, they were all meritorious officials, plus they were surnamed Zhao, so naturally they could share the country with the emperor. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao and Zhang Julu, 2 people, 1 civil, 1 military, took all the credit. How could they bear it? With Zhang Julu, this roadblock, standing in the imperial court for 1 day, how could those aristocratic families' officials have the chance to stand out among their peers 1 day? The more selfless Zhang Julu was, the more difficult it was for this group of people to obtain benefits for their clans. At that time, Zhang Julu wanted to make a bold and decisive move to control the officials, the salt administration, and the transport of grain, 3 things bumping into each other. The old Shangshu of the Ministry of Works did not hesitate to offend the Grand Secretary Darren, to stand up for him and obstruct him from within. Who did the old Shangshu stand up for? Naturally, it was for the civil officials of this large group of clans who were entrenched in the local areas. The struggle between civil and military officials is the usual practice of the previous dynasties. Zhang Julu could rely on his skill to settle the arrogance of the party in government, but using Guangling's Jingnan's overt plot, seizing the opportunity to continuously weaken the vassals and suppress the military, Yan Zhinchuan, Yang Xinxing, several major vassal kings, all became chess pieces whose strength was damaged. Those generals who held military power in their hands could not bear it. The emperor killed the evil man Zhang Julu, letting the 3 factions vent their resentment. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Afterwards, the new Son of Heaven appeased the people. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Huang Longsher's expression was calm as he said, "This is also death. But there's one thing you didn't tell me. The reason for this death is that if Zhang Julu is removed from office when he's at the peak of his power, then the 3 enemies of Zhang Julu, who have been holding grudges against him for a long time, can be considered to have vented most of their resentment. Anger is easy to vent, but difficult to gather. In the future, if they want to fight with green eyes again, It will be difficult for them to have the determination to fight to the death. If they fight with green eyes with this mentality, even if they have the support of the new emperor, they will still be easily defeated by Zhang Julu, and the Green Party will be divided and conquered. Fan Zhongho said solemnly, "This disciple understands." Huang Longshe reached out to grab the few remaining radishes. He glanced at his disciple, who had won the title of Buddha in the chess world, and asked, "That's it? Compared to your Xiao Shidi in Xiangfan City, the difference is too great." Fan Zhongho smiled and said, "It's one thing for Zhang Julu not to form his own clique and cut off his own wings, but he also deliberately parted ways with his biggest helper, Tananan, completely reducing himself to a loner. If not for this, how could those ignorant scholars have the guts to throw the letter of accusation in front of Zhang Julu's door and fish for compliments?" This scene was exactly the same as when a scholar with a scholarly title had to scold Su Xiao for being a butcher. If Huan Wen stood firmly by the Grand Secretary's side, forget about this group of hot-blooded scholars. Even Jean Sanlang wouldn't have this kind of boldness. Without Huan Wen, Zhang Julu will die again. Huang Longshe declined to comment. He only changed the topic. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the salt and the bowl of rice, and said with a laugh, "A famous scholar's romantic life is full of anecdotes. These anecdotes, circulating among the imperial court and the common people, are just like the scholar's salt. Just eating plain white rice is tasteless, you won't die, but you lack that kind of essence, qi, and spirit." Earlier, when Liang was located in a remote corner where the military towns stood in great numbers, all day long the scholars were bullied by the martial artists until they were half dead. Naturally, there was not even a fart of anecdotes. Baiyan was indeed extraordinary. In just one short Yonghui, there was already the Hanlin Academy's guard at the Yellow Gate, who fell asleep drunk. The Son of Heaven personally draped a fur coat over her. Tananan was warming wine in the forbidden area, discussing the world with a pot of wine. That's why I say, although the scholars of the world still have their knees bent, their waists can finally straighten. Fan Zhongho raised his head and glanced at the books sprinkled by the sunlight, sighing with emotion. The memory of a stray dog wandering from place to place when I was a child is still fresh in my mind. Those generals stationed at the checkpoint only recognized gold and silver. Making things difficult for me everywhere is one thing, but what I found most difficult to let go of was when they used their spears to lift up the book chests. The chests full of books, the lifeblood of scholars, were scattered all over the ground, wantonly trampled on. I think a world where books can safely bask in the sun is a good world for us scholars. After sighing with emotion, Fan Zhongho took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Julu cheated in the imperial examination. His eldest son embezzled fertile land, and the local clans and people fought over benefits. The evidence of his crimes is conclusive." Speaking to this point, Fan Zhongho laughed bitterly and said, "What a funny evidence of his crimes is conclusive. The latter two should be true, but if you say that Zhang Julu leaked the exam questions, I'm afraid everyone would find it absurd. Regardless of what the truth is, together with the Han family tragedy that implicated the old Grand Secretary, this is another death." Fan Zhongho's hands clenched into fists and rested on his knees, vaguely a bit angry. If that's all, then that's that, but among the 10 great crimes, there's actually the matter of colluding with the border army. Colluding with who? Tilting half the country's taxes to build the Eastern Front to resist Beimang. That was the outline of the country established by the late emperor. What crime did Zhang Julu commit? Huang Longshe shook his head and said, "This crime is the most cryptic. You guessed wrong. This crime isn't about Gu Jiantang, it's about Beiliang." Of course, there was also the intention of knocking down Gu Jiantang's hundreds of thousands of border soldiers in passing. After Zhang Julu took power, it seemed like he was advancing step by step, doing his utmost to suppress Beiliang's Su family, but in reality, that was all on the surface. The benefits that Bailiang's border army should have obtained didn't decrease. If it was someone else who became the Grand Secretary, the imperial court might be in a foul mood, but at the very least, Bailiang's side would suffer even more. This is Zhang Julu using the loss of the relationship between ruler and subject as the price, exchanging for a hidden stability for the dynasty's northwest. This, of course, is death. Fan Zhonghe was stunned. He then stood up, facing the north. He gave a heavy bow of respect. Chapter 1328. Huang Longsher sneered. Do you feel more and more that Bai Yan didn't deserve to die? Don't be fooled by the fact that there are countless people secretly clapping and cheering for the chief minister's downfall. In fact, the truly discerning people, especially scholars like you who sincerely believe that the people are more important than the monarch, are all gritting their teeth in silence. Do you think that just because everyone seemed to be cursing lame Su at that time, everyone really hated Bailiang? Bai Yan, Tantanon, Gu Jiantang, Yan Xinchuan, Lu Baijie, Lu Xingxiang, and Su Gong, and so on. Do you really only hate them and not respect them? You must know that at that time, Su Xiao led Bailiang's personal cavalry to the south, leading Gu Jiantang's direct subordinate General Kai Nan to intercept the Su Fengnian at the border, a total of 60,000 men and horses. When faced with that old cripple, let alone fighting him, they directly knelt down and said, "This general greets the king of Bailiang," clearly in the ears of many officers and soldiers. Not only did he, who was entrusted with high hopes by the imperial court to reduce Bailiang's living space, but the 60,000 armored soldiers all had the same thought. They regarded seeing great General Su Xiao from afar as the greatest glory of their lives. In the end, it was Su Xiao who replaced Gu Jiantang to inspect the Gu family's armored cavalry. The civil officials in the imperial court were indignant in private, but the generals and soldiers all over Liang didn't feel that there was anything shameful about it. Su Xiao is so domineering, he deserves it. Zhang Julu has a scholar like you silently in his heart, and Bai Yan also deserves it. Therefore, this is Bai Yan's death again. Huang Longsher expressionlessly picked up a chess piece from the chess box and said softly, "Crown Prince, Zhao Zhuan doesn't have a good impression of this chief assistant. He once tried to befriend Zhang Julu's youngest son, Zhang Bianguan, but to no avail. In times of chaos, military generals were nurtured, while in times of peace, civil officials were valued. This person was destined to be a literati emperor, but in order to balance the civil and military, he had to continue the chess game left by the late Emperor Zhao Dun, where the 3 provinces of the Hall of Governmental Affairs kept each other in check. There would be more cabinet ministers than the current one, but there definitely couldn't be a civil official leader. Zhao Zhuan needs to sit firmly on the dragon throne, and Zhang Julu will die." Zhang Julu saw things further than anyone else. He ruined his own reputation and left no way out, warning the future generations. Bai Yan was very clear that in the future, the pattern of the literati ruling the country would be formed. The etiquette of not being punished by a doctor would be repeatedly mentioned by the civil officials. Since the first year of Yonghui, the Hall of Governmental Affairs has been the dominant power. Not to mention the 6 ministers, even the assistant ministers, have not been beheaded. If the current trend continues, it will be even more difficult to kill a literati official in the future. There is a very interesting development in this, and that is the greed of the imperial family and the children of the powerful clans. They more or less pay attention to table manners, but the civil officials who were born poor after shaking off the mud on their bodies, they become even more shameless, and their methods are even more secretive. Bai Yan was obviously well aware of this, so this death was his own request. But in my opinion, the death of a chief assistant is really not very useful to the future generations who are deteriorating with each passing day. But it is precisely because of this that I, Huang Longsher, admire Zhang Julu's death the most. The Emperor Zhao Dun wanted him dead. Zhang Julu was willing to die. And he died again. This death is the most helpless of the scholars and the imperial family, but it is also the most romantic of the scholars who have a clear conscience. Huang Longshi, who had been holding the chessboard with 2 fingers from beginning to end, no longer said anything. The salt, rice, and radish had long been eaten clean. Fan Zhangho said softly, "Zhang Julu has a 90% chance of dying." Huang Longshi lowered his head to look at the chessboard and asked with a smile, "They all say there is a 90% chance of dying. Do you think Bai Yan still has a slim chance of survival?" Fan Zhangho shook his head. "Everyone wants him dead, but he doesn't want to live. How can he live?" Huang Longshi knocked the white chess piece on the northeast chessboard and even rearranged its position. Fan Zhangho was very surprised. When his master played chess with him, he always placed his chess pieces as if they were flying, not to mention deliberately rearranging the positions of the chess pieces that had already been placed. This was because Huang Longshi had said that once a chess piece was placed, it would take root. The world had always been so ruthless. Even if there were longevity pills in the world, there was no medicine for regret. This made Fan Zhangho, who had lost interest in the chessboard, curious again. He looked carefully. While he was focused on finding the answer, Huang Longshi bent down and grabbed a black chess piece from the box. He looked at the west side of the chessboard and drew a circle there, with 2 fingers holding the chess piece. He said indifferently, "Previously you saw me arrange this chessboard in one go. Don't be fooled by the fact that there seems to be a fierce battle here, where the black and white sides are killing each other with great strength. In fact, it is very laughable and may not affect the overall situation." Sitting opposite Huang Longshi, Fan Zhangho's heart skipped a beat. He looked down at the chessboard and asked, "This is the confrontation between Liang and Beimang. This is Beiliang? Beiliang has 300,000 steel cavalry. How can it not affect the overall situation? Master, I really can't figure it out. Can you help me clear up my confusion?" Huang Longshi threw the black chess piece back into the box and said with a smile, "How can someone like you, Fan Sherdan, guess the next step of Beimang's peace decree? Don't waste your brain. You won't be able to figure it out even if you were given 100 years. To be able to play chess with your skill is more or less enough. In the future, just think about how to fight for scholarly honors in the new dynasty. The higher one's chess skill, the weaker one's character." Fan Zhangho carefully glanced at his master. Huang Longshi said with a smile, "I'm talking about you ordinary people. Master and that Beimang imperial tutor are not among them." Fan Zhangho asked, "Then what about West Chu's Chao Changqing?" Huang Longshi said with a smile, "Half and half. Knowing what can't be done yet doing it. He's just a fool. Chao Changqing's entire second half of his life has been fighting for a single breath. It's meaningless." A laugh came from the distance. It seemed to be mocking this old man for bragging and pointing out the world. Huang Longshi was somewhat embarrassed. Fan Zhangho, seeing his master deflated, wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Huang Longshi stood up and walked over to the little girl who was still flipping through the book. He rubbed her head and sighed with heartache. "Daughter, don't find trouble with that bronze man in the future. You can't kill him." The old man picked up a book and walked over to the Beimang bronze man grandmaster, who had been thrown to the Guangling Road by Qi Xuanjin. But he was quickly squeezed between the two by Miss Hehe. Huang Longshi had no choice but to move his butt to the side. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the book, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. He said, "When I was young, I went to visit Qi Xuanjin on the demon execution platform. That great spiritual master said, 'Writing a book with a brush is not as good as the cool breeze flipping through the book.' I, Huang Longshi, didn't believe and didn't agree. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain." The Bronze Man Grand Master didn't say a word. Huang Longsha turned his head and asked, "How much longer?" The Bronze Man Grand Master still looked straight ahead with lifeless eyes. This side of the courtyard of the begging for forgiveness pavilion returned to silence. Day after day, the whole world finally knew that the current Grand Secretary Zhang Julu had died in prison. At that time, the world remembered an old bastard who deserved to die, but didn't die. It seemed that a long time ago, he had given the Grand Secretary, who was at the peak of his power, an unlucky prophecy. Sad New Year's Eve. At that time, everyone suddenly realized that all of the great demon Huang Sanjia's assertions had come true one by one. New Year's Eve, the end of the moon, and the end of the year, so it was connected to the end of the new year. The old year was thus removed, and a new year was exchanged. On New Year's Eve of the first year of auspicious talisman, everyone in Apricot Alley, regardless of age, was burning lanterns to welcome the new year. The Fan family was the same. In front of the relaxing pavilion, the Bronze Man Grandmaster stood in the middle of the courtyard, looking up at the sky. The little girl and Fan Zhangho sat on the stone steps. The little girl's face, Fan Zhangho, on the other hand, was like a child, sobbing with his head lowered. During the day, for the first time, his master patiently told him a lot of things, a lot of reasons. He told him about the plans and arrangements of several great advisors who were still alive. He told him about the strengths and weaknesses of Li Yang's crown prince, Zhao Zhuan, and Yan Qi's heir apparent Zhao Zhuan. He told him how he should coordinate with his little martial brother Lu Su, how he should rise above the others in the bloody struggle between several great powers. He even told him how to succeed and retire. Finally, his master told him a very inexplicable sentence, just like the conclusion that the history books of later generations gave him. Fan Zhangho loved fame, was good at politics, had brilliant literary talent, was cruel on the inside, but gentle on the outside. He was one of the 6 ministers of Li Yang's resurgence. In the pavilion, the old man who occupied the top 3 positions of spring and autumn held an oil lamp in his hand, quietly walking between the bookshelves. The wick of the lamp gradually burned shorter and shorter. As the new year approached, the wick of the lamp became shorter and shorter. The flame of the lamp flickered and was about to be extinguished. Huang Longsha walked to the window and looked at the night sky. With a carefree smile, he murmured, "I am very happy to meet you all. Yi Baikue, Su Xiao, Zhang Julu, Yuan Bunshi, Li Yishan, Zhao Chongling, Gu Jiantang, Nailan Yusi, Huanwen, Qi Yanglong, Chao Chongqing, Li Xiaoxin." The old man raised the oil lamp. "To all of you, to spring and autumn, to your golden spears and armored horses, to your free and easy style." The old man opened the window and casually threw the oil lamp out of the window. He roared with laughter. "My life, how magnificent!" Chapter 1329. In the first year of Xiangfu, the situation of the Guangling Road made people's hearts ache while silently criticizing them. Yang Shenqing's troops had been caught in a jar, and Yan Jinchuan's 30,000 elite cavalry had been completely annihilated. Although the ending was bad, they had still fought the West Shu rebels. Compared to this, the hesitation of the Jingnan king's troops made the entire court feel that it was absurd. After the Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying led his army out of the territory. He camped at Mount Hua and did not move. After the Duke of Jinggan, Zhao Sun's 6,000 cavalry arrived. At Hao Ao Lake, they also did not make any movements. As for the crown prince of Yanqi, other than stirring up trouble on his way north when he really reached the southern part of Guangling Road, he simply disappeared completely. Could it be that this crown prince of Huainan, Zhao Ying, was not aiming for Jingnan at all, but was swaggering over to fatten himself up? But in a few days it would be the end of the second year of the auspicious talisman. the Duke of Huainan's dispatch of troops raised people's spirits. Li Yang's impression of this vassal king, who was known for his weak temperament, greatly changed. In one fell swoop he defeated the east of Huashan, the yellow goat, the small fish, and the hatred, these three obstacles. Song Wuyang, the general of Huangyang Pass, had joined the rebellion. He raised the Jiang flag in the pass. However, King of Huainan, Zhao Ying, led his army 1 mile away from the pass and asked Song Wuyang to surrender. Song Wuyang was ordered to be shot by the crossbow, but Wang Zhen suddenly killed him. Wang Zhen then opened the gate to welcome Zhao Ying's army. King of Huainan sent Wang Zhen's 3,000 men as the vanguard to attack Small Fish Pass. Ji Yun, the general of Huainan, refused to surrender. Zhao Ying gave the order to attack and personally supervised the battle. Wang Zheng's troops braved the rain of arrows to fill up the trenches and then used ladders to siege the city. After 2 sieges, they lost 500 men. Wang Zheng, who personally led the charge, was covered in blood. He requested for a truce, but Zhao Ying did not allow it. He allowed Wang Zheng to watch from the side and ordered his troops to attack the city. At dusk, an endless stream of ballistae, catapults, and battering rams arrived at the battlefield. Both sides fought until night fell, and 800 Huainan soldiers died. Zhao Ying held onto his whip and rode on his horse under the Zhao flag, unmoved. The next morning, they attacked the city again. Zhao Ying's trusted general, Xia Ping, led 80 men to attack the city for the first time. All of them died. Xia Ping's body was stabbed down to the ground by Ji Yun with an iron spear. Wang Zhen angrily asked for a battle. His armor had 6 to 7 arrows embedded in it. He was hit by a huge rock and fell to the ground. When he got up, he was splashed by a pot of boiling oil and fell to the ground. His men risked their lives to carry him back. Zhao Ying, who was wearing the bright yellow royal robe, looked at the fierce battle. His ears were filled with the screams and shouts of killing on the city wall, as well as the beating of the drums beside him. Of course, there was also the sound of the flag with the word Zhao fluttering in the cold wind. This man surnamed Zhao, who had always been a target of ridicule in the Liang dynasty, slowly raised his head and looked at the word Zhao embroidered on the flag. He pursed his lips, as if he was finally relieved of a heavy burden after so many years. The siege's side had switched to the 4th battering ram. More than half of the huge ballistae, which could reach up to 300 steps away and still had considerable lethality, had been destroyed. The crossbows on the few crossbows at the Small Fishy Pass had long run out of arrows to shoot. They were scattered and had lost their momentum. However, the Small Fishy Pass, which swore to live and die with the city, was still struggling. Its defense was fierce. More than 2,000 spikes that were 5 inches long and weighed 6 ounces, and the 4 sides of the spikes were all broken. The thick ropes of the yakshas and charioteers that could be retrieved by the winches on the city wall were broken. However, there were still brave soldiers on the city wall constantly throwing down sharp iron hooks and long iron chains that formed iron hooks. After they were thrown out, they could hook onto the armor or even the body of the besiegers and hang them in the air like fishing. There were also strangely shaped iron hooks and axes that were used to stab the arms of the besiegers. Zhao Ying, who was slightly closer to the battlefield, saw with his own eyes that a soldier's entire arm was cut off. That arm fell down from the city wall before the soldier. Zhao Ying was indifferent to this, and with an indifferent expression, he turned his horse around. The Small Fishy Pass that was in imminent danger called for help. Ji Yun had no choice but to order the cavalry out of the east gate to seek help from Hen. They agreed that both sides would launch a surprise attack on the Duke of Huainan's camp at dawn. At that time, the Small Fishy Pass would take the initiative to open the gate and charge out with 200 cavalry. Ji Yun would lead the charge, and behind the cavalry would be the remaining 400 men of the small fishy pass. Zhao Ying ordered the experts under his command to lead 10 elite scouts to pursue and kill. Unexpectedly, they still escaped with injuries. The next day, Ji Yun, who knew that the small fishy pass would not be able to be defended, had the heart to die. He and the 200 cavalry appeared at the city gate. Regardless of whether Hen came to help or not, he would fight to the death for Dechu. Ji Yun, who was in the prime of his life, was not someone who did not care about his life, nor was he someone who did not understand the current situation. However, when he was 20 years old, his father, who should have given him the crown, did not appear. There were also no guests to attend the ceremony. He was the one who gave himself the crown. This was because the general of Dechu, Ji Hai, had already died on the battlefield. His 3 uncles had also died on the battlefield. Sitting on the war horse, Ji Yun ordered his subordinates to open the city gate. He turned around and looked at the faces under the light of the torches. He did not say anything and just clasped his fist. This day, the general of the West Chu rebel army, Ji Yun, went out of the city at dawn to attack the Duke of Huainan. However, the Zhao Ying's army seemed to have expected this and formed up in an orderly manner. Out of the 3 passes, Hen Pass, which had the most cavalry, did not care about the order of the Western Front General Xie Shi to defend. The 800 cavalry and 2,500 infantry rushed out to help. However, they were attacked by the main force of Zhao Ying, who was waiting for an opportunity. The 800 cavalry in the vanguard suffered heavy casualties under the crossbow fire, and the army collapsed. In the chaos, the main general and deputy general were shot dead by the Duke of Huainan's cavalry, leaving only the old and weak soldiers behind. Hen Pass was earlier than the small fishy pass, and a group of soldiers changed to a large flag with the word Zhao on it. Hen Pass infantry commander led 700 men back to the city and committed suicide. After 3 charges, Ji Yun was killed by an arrow from the Duke of Huainan's general, Ho Datong. It pierced through his head, and he fell off his horse and died. The 200 cavalry and 400 infantry at the small fishy pass all died in the charge. Zhao Ying, who was wearing an eye-catching robe, got off his horse and walked past the corpses. He slowly walked up the city wall and looked at the rising sun in the east. He smiled and said, "The sun shines brightly and the lambs feel warm." The Duke of Huainan, who had won 3 passes in succession, did not send a single report of victory to Great Peace City. He did not even take over the dangerous pass of Guanglingdao. In reality, after this vassal had won the pass, he had no intention of dividing his forces to digest the fruits of his victory. He only had the heavily injured Wang Jin and his remaining troops stay at Yellow Goat Pass. After putting up the Zhao flag on the city walls of the 3 passes, he led all the Huainan Dao soldiers to continue east, heading straight for the dangerous and difficult-to-attack Yaoyu Pass. Between these 2 passes was a rarely seen plain on the west side of Guanglingdao. After the Duke of Huainan reorganized himself at Hen Pass, he brought all the war horses that could be ridden and slowly advanced. It was as if he was quietly waiting for Dechu to rush to Yaoyu Pass. That genius general who made the entire Liang dynasty remember his name at such a young age, Xie Shibian. On the plains closer to Yaoyu Pass, both sides had enough time to reorganize themselves and scouts. The Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, got off his horse and put on an exquisite armor over his robe. He carried a quiver of arrows that he had kept for many years. This Duke of Huainan, who was ridiculed for having great ambition but little talent, was a pitiful person who had been scolded by the emperor many times. This was a man who had no children after his eldest son died, for no reason, at Dantong Pass. Jumping onto his horse, Zhao Ying looked straight ahead. He smiled at the 2 generals that had followed him for many years. Ho Datong, Yu Qianshan, Xiaping was one step ahead of us. Like the few of us agreed, when we were young, we will die on the battlefield. Now it is our turn. After so many years, I've caused you to live such a pitiful life. Ho Datong laughed and said, "It is indeed a pitiful life, but it is a quick death. Later, I will kill a few more West Chu bastards. I guarantee that old Xia will die from anger." Ha! I forgot that this guy is already dead. Yu Qianshan looked more like an elegant strategist waving a feather fan than the boorish Ho Datong. However, he still wore armor and carried a sword. He smiled and said, "You guys are really straightforward. It has been hard on a scholar like me." Before Zhao gave the order to charge, he closed his eyes and said softly, "Father, I am unfilial. I have not had the chance to toast in the imperial mausoleum. Today, I will use blood in place of wine." In front of the Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, there were 2,000 heavy armored infantrymen in formation. On the two sides of the infantrymen, there were 1,000 elite cavalry. There were also close to 1,000 cavalry roaming far away, waiting for an opportunity to strike. On this day, except for the 4,000 soldiers and horses that were recruited from all over Huainan, Zhao Ying, Ho Datong, and Yu Qianshan, as well as all of his personal guards, were all killed in battle. None of them were killed by an arrow in the back, and none of them were killed by the cavalry roaming behind them. On the same day, the king of Jing and Zhao Sun rushed all the way from Hao-Ao Lake after hearing the news. At dusk, he arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. He knew that the situation was hopeless. He knew that there were still 1,000 heavy cavalry at Yaoyu Pass. He saw with his own eyes that the Duke of Huainan's corpse was knocked off his horse by a West Chu general. The young king of Jing and Zhao Sun still decided to lead the charge. Out of the 6,000 Qingzhou cavalry, only 200 were left. They risked their lives to protect Zhao Sun as they fled the battlefield. In this battle, one of the two kings who participated in the war died, and the other was injured. Chapter 1330. It was the end of the year, and the victory of the West Chu rebel army at Yaoyu Pass meant that the already thin encirclement was now wide open. For the Liang imperial court, it was one disaster after another. The former could happily say goodbye to the old and welcome the new, while the latter, after Yan Jinchuan died in battle, the capital was once again shrouded in a thick layer of haze. Luckily, after Yan Jinchuan and Yang Xinqing, there was another veteran general who was famous during the spring and autumn period. After a long and honest conversation with Lu Xingxiang, he led his troops down south. 30,000 troops headed straight for Qingyang Basin. They did not seek to defeat West Chu, but to save the 40,000 Nan infantry that were trapped by Yang Xinqing. Great General Lu Xingxiang, who had been stagnant at Yulu Pass, finally made a move under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. He led his troops down the Yu East Plains toward the south. However, the thing that calmed the hearts of the people the most was not the movement of close to 100,000 troops, but the appearance of two people in Great Peace City. One was the emperor, who was imprisoned by the Grand Secretary after returning from patrolling the borders. The other was the great General Gu Jiantang, who accompanied the emperor. The emperor, who had once punished the Duke of Huainan because of a small matter, only gave 2 edicts after returning to Great Peace City. The first one was for Zhang Julu to die miserably without a posthumous title. The second one was for King Zhaoying to die with great honor, with a posthumous title and the words, "If I lose my right-hand man." The end of the year was not easy, but they had to get through it. In Great Peace City, firecrackers celebrated the new year. However, compared to the past, it lacked the festive atmosphere. Just like this, the Liang imperial court welcomed the auspicious second year. It was the first morning court session of the new year. Emperor Zhao Dun sat on the dragon throne. This was the umpteenth time this monarch had sat in the north facing the south since he ascended the throne. Through the wide palace doors, he looked straight at the imperial path that he could see with one glance. The emperor naturally had to listen to the world from the south and rule from the light. Perhaps because he sensed the emperor's absent-mindedness, Eunuch Song Tonglu of the Ceremony Directorate did not call out, "If there is something to report, court is dismissed." The civil and military officials in the imperial court and the officials outside the hall all lowered their heads respectfully, retracted their gazes, and waited quietly with bated breath. The old officials who had suffered greatly from the morning court session all began to doze off without leaving a trace. The emperor slowly pulled back his gaze from the seemingly endless imperial road to the southern border to the palace gates. The emperor could still clearly remember the two generals he had summoned to first destroy the Chu and then pacify Shishu. The older one was a cripple. His steps were neither fast nor slow. It was not slow because he was limping. Instead, it was a kind of sloppiness as he walked on a path that an official should take seriously, but he did not take it seriously. This person wore the Su family's knife that shocked the world. As he walked closer step by step, it made the emperor, feel a sense of humiliation and suffocation. The young man behind the cripple had a dignified appearance and was dressed in white. He was really young, making people feel close to him. This was especially true for the new emperor who sat on the throne. He wished he could lower himself and hold his arm and chat with him. In his heart, the new emperor thought that if the previous emperor could have the cripple fight for him in the south and north, then he should also have an even better white-clothed war saint. He could also be like the previous emperor, boldly giving a young general the greatest authority and the greatest number of troops to lead his horse and send him off. He could let him freely go beyond the Great Wall and work together with his officials to establish an unprecedented military service. However, the young man in white had refused. The emperor was disappointed, but he was not angry. Later, the emperor looked at the young scholars who would shine brightly in the future. In the morning light, they walked step by step into his line of sight with unconcealable restraint and excitement. Yin Mao Chun, Zhao Yiling, Bai Gua, Wang Xiongui, Zheng Zhenxian, Chen Yujin, a dazzling lineup. Together, they created the eternal Hui Spring of the Liang dynasty. And they are destined to go down in history with me for all eternity. In the last court meeting of the eternal Hui dynasty, the two unruly vassal kings, Su Shao and Zhao Bing, were not in the court. However, there were meritorious generals like Gu Jiantang, Yang Xinxing, and Yan Zhenxuan, as well as young and strong generals like Lu Sheng and Lu Baijia, who had enough years to accumulate military service. There were civil officials like Zhang Jilu, Huanwen, and Yao Baifeng, who were gradually getting old. There were famous scholars like Yin Mao Chun, who were in the prime of their lives. There were also those top 3 scholars who seemed to be inexhaustible. The previous emperor had deeply regretted that when he first aspired to rule the world, there were too few people to make ends meet. However, Zhao Dun, was different. He truly felt the heroic spirit of sitting on the throne. The emperor retracted his gaze and looked at the door of the hall. That threshold was a very important dragon gate that all the officials in the world wanted to cross. He had seen with his own eyes the old civil officials and generals with embroidered white herons or bears kneeling in the square outside the hall year after year. They looked eagerly at the golden imperial hall that the common people spoke of. They knelt until they were lying in their coffins, but they were still unable to enter. He had also seen many people who wanted to laugh, but forced themselves to hold back. Some people fainted from hunger and the sun, and were carried away by eunuchs. Some people couldn't hold back their urge to pee, and were found to be reprimanded and given demerits. There were even colleagues who had shed all pretense of cordiality one day and secretly elbowed each other the next day. There were also people who quietly yawned and were discovered by the emperor's sharp eyes. He jokingly called them into the hall to be lectured. He remembered that the guy didn't wait for him to speak. He was so scared that he fell to the ground with a thump. He was a man of 7 feet. He kept kowtowing and crying. He asked him warmly and found out that he had been on duty at the Ministry of Revenue the night before and hadn't slept at all. He allowed him to take a day off. He even smiled and asked the head official of the Ministry of Revenue in the hall if he could approve. At that time, Wang Xiongui and Bai Gu weren't sitting in the position of Minister of Revenue. The old minister, who had always been known for his strictness, joked along, "Once your majesty says so, this official has to approve even if I don't want to." 6 years later, that official of the Ministry of Revenue went to Huainan province and was promoted to a county governor. The old minister had long retired and returned to his hometown. The emperor retracted his gaze again and looked inside the hall. Chapter 1331. West Chu's Grand Preceptor's son Shiji's chair was gone. This old man should be standing in front of the little girl in the West Chu palace. The emperor didn't hate this old man. In several conversations, the emperor admired the old man's profound knowledge. He even privately said that only the soil and water of West Chu could give the old man such a unique aura. Of course, it was only temporary. The old man also nodded in agreement. Even if this old man went to West Chu, the emperor felt that even if the imperial army pacified Guangling Road in the future, as long as the old man was willing to live, the Liang dynasty should have the magnanimity to let him enjoy his old age. The emperor finally looked at the young man, standing with his back to him. He was wearing a yellow robe. It was his son, the crown prince Zhao Zhuan. The emperor wasn't dissatisfied with this son, who had been regent for some time. Just looking at him, he couldn't help but feel guilty for his eldest son, Zhao Wu. Therefore, he planned to marry the peerless Chenyu to Zhao Wu at the border. Leaping over the crown prince's head, the emperor saw a dazzling, empty seat. Nearby was the provincial governor, Huan Wen, who had been standing there for some years. There was also the new head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong. On the other side was the great pillar of the country, Gu Jiantang, who had returned from the 2 Liao provinces. Only one person was missing. The emperor subconsciously gripped the armrests of the dragon throne. He went to the imperial prison, but he stood far away from it. He stood from late night to early morning, but he didn't go near to meet that person. He was afraid that the purple-bearded and blue-eyed man would be battered and exhausted in prison. He was afraid that he would see the Grand Preceptor's soulless appearance. But what he was truly afraid of was that this scholar, Zhang Julu, wouldn't be the least bit dispirited. He would only laugh and scold him, Zhao Dun, as a fatuous ruler. The emperor's lips trembled slightly as he quietly let go. Almost at the same time, Song Tonglu said loudly, "If there's anything, please submit a memorial. If there's nothing, the court is dismissed." In the bone-chilling night, a husband and wife walked hand in hand in the silent palace. They walked to the front of a majestic hall, and the man in high spirits turned around to help his wife tighten the knot in front of her chest. Then he raised his head to look at the top of the hall. He pointed his finger and said softly with a smile, "Treat each other with sincerity and share the autumn moon together. Congenial spirits, brothers sitting together in the spring breeze." This is the friendship between the late emperor and Su Shao and Yang Tai-sui. The man leaned to the side and gently held his wife's hands. He lowered his head and helped her breathe a mouthful of hot air. Then he said, "A real man should fly. How can a woman fall?" These were the words that Zhao Heng blurted out in front of the late emperor when he was 7 years old. Little brother wishes for 4 things to be well: Green Mountain, the library, the beauty, and elder brother. This was what Zhao Yi, that big fat fellow, said. Therefore, the world belongs to me, the elder brother, but I'm willing to give him Guangling Dao. When Zhao Bing was young, he often claimed that he could hear the short sword by the bedside. However, the older he got, the more taciturn he became. I sent him to Nanjiang to fight Bei Mang. He has nothing to do with it. As for Zhao Ying and Zhao Sui, I've never had any feelings for them. However, since Zhao Ying died a worthy death, I won't be stingy. The man looked at his wife, whose eyes were red, and suddenly smiled. I know, I'm just experiencing terminal lucidity. I don't have much time left. His wife, the mother of the world, Empress Zhao Shi, gently rested her head on his shoulder. However, Zhao Dun, not the emperor, stroked his wife's hair and said softly, I don't have any regrets in this life. I just feel that I spent too little time with you. It's funny. Perhaps I spent more time dealing with those cabinet ministers and those memorials than I did with you. Zhao Ji suddenly asked, Do you still remember the trick we played back then? At that time, you were just a prince, and I was a prince's wife. Zhao Dun laughed and took a step back. He solemnly bowed and said, Long live Her Majesty the Empress. Zhao Ji also took a step back. Long live His Majesty. A moment later, Zhao Dun covered his mouth and coughed incessantly. Zhao Ji gently massaged his back. After Zhao Dun recovered, he held her hand tightly. Let's go. Zhao Ji made a sound of acknowledgement. She said, Your Majesty, do you know, I'm very happy to be able to marry you. I'm even happier to be able to grow old with you. I know you've always felt that you're not good-looking enough, but in fact, you can't be any better looking. Look, you already have white hair, but I still can't get tired of looking at you. It's exactly the same as when I first saw you. I liked you so much that I won't dislike you for the rest of my life. So, you also know how to say these words of love. Ha! Of course I know how to say words of love. But in the past, I always thought that the best words of love in the world were to walk with you to this day and let you know that I like you more than love at first sight. The woman whose hand was tightly held stopped walking and sobbed. She did not have the demeanor a woman should have as the mother of the world. He also stopped walking and tried to reach out to wipe away her tears. But in the end, he leaned towards her. She hugged him. Even though there were still traces of tears, her gaze was unusually determined. She lowered her voice and said, It's good that you're gone. You can finally rest in peace. I will help you look after this great country, help you look after Zhuan, sitting on the dragon throne. Just 2 years after entering Xiangfu, a great nightmare came. At the beginning of spring in the Li Yang dynasty, the entire country was dressed in mourning. Cries could be heard everywhere in the enormous Great Peace City. Then, a young man surnamed Zhao, who had been a prince for more than 20 years and who had only worn the crown prince's robes for 1 year, wore the unique clothing of the dynasty and ruled the world. The young ruler of a country wore a brand new dragon robe that fit him perfectly. He sat high on the chair. When all the civil and military officials were kneeling, he expressionlessly looked into the distance like the previous emperors. At this time, the emperor should have raised his hand and said in a deep voice, Rise, my subjects. He didn't forget his etiquette, but he was not in a hurry to speak. He narrowed his eyes and admired the kneeling figures inside and outside the hall. If he did not speak, no one could rise, because from now on, the emperor of Liyang was him, Zhao Zhuan. He glanced in the northwest direction, and the corners of his mouth rose imperceptibly. Chapter 1332. In Yanji County, at the border of Yuzhou, the Tao family could be called a famous family in the county. The children of the family were well versed in both civil and military affairs in Yuzhou. The Tao family was simple and honest. The head of the Tao family, Tao Jinzhao, had a good reputation. He had built a warehouse for grain and had opened the warehouse many times to provide disaster relief in Yuzhou. When the million-strong army of Beimeng was bearing down on Beiliang, many large families in Yanji County followed the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. They had their young children secretly move out of Beiliang with their property. Only the Tao family did not make any moves. A group of more than a dozen horses rushed to the Tao family's mansion in the middle of the night. In the darkness of the night, the dense horseshoes stepped on the bluestone road, with 6 memorial archways bestowed by the imperial court. It was particularly crisp and melodious. Tao Jinzhao, who was over 50 years old, had received a secret report that caught him unprepared. He hurriedly put on his clothes and set out with his entire family. The family of more than 100 people knelt respectfully on the stone steps outside the door. The leader of the group was a young man covered in a thick fur robe. Behind him was a one-armed old man with 2 strands of snow-white eyebrows and a white-clothed woman whose figure was better than that of the northern warriors. The dozen or so retainers behind them all carried short crossbows and cold sabers. They were all white horses. Tao Jinzhao's 2 unmarried granddaughters knelt side by side. They couldn't help but take a peek at the young man who was smiling and helping their grandfather up. He was extremely handsome with a good appearance and an even better temperament. They guessed that he might be a son of a Central Plains aristocratic family who had risen to power while the scholars were in decline. In the past, they had always heard that the scholars from Jiangnan were handsome and elegant. Every movement of theirs carried the fragrance of books. They were like heaven and earth compared to the local men of Beiliang. Of course, they guessed wrong. It was true that scholars from other parts of Beiliang took every opportunity to occupy seats, but other than Yu Wandao and a handful of others, no one had the qualifications to make the head of the Tao family mobilize so many people. The one who made them fall in love with him at first sight was the king of Beiliang, who had led 10 white horses to Yanji County in disguise. Su Fengnian and Tao Jinzhao quickly walked through the main door. They saw a young child in the arms of a woman. The child looked delicate and pretty, so Tao Jinzhao took a jade pendant from her waist and gave it to the child with a warm smile as a greeting gift. Then Su Fengnian had the old, young, and women of the Tao family disperse to rest, leaving behind only Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai. Without any polite greetings, Su Fengnian lowered his voice and asked straightforwardly, "Have you settled down the last group of spies from Lingzhou?" Tao Jinzhao, whose emotions were surging, calmed down a bit, and then reported, "This group of 26 individuals have already been placed in various places. The 3 groups of people have a total of 81 individuals. Together with the 4 second-level masters and 15 third-level experts that were secretly dispatched from the King Manor to Yanji County, they can coordinate with each other in secret. Everything has been prepared, and we are only waiting for the Northern Mang loyalists who have infiltrated our borders to walk right into our trap. Now that all the passes at the border have been closed, and there are elite crossbowmen and local scouts of Yuzhou roaming around. Even if there are some who slip through the net and cross the line of defense, it will be very difficult for them to enter the hinterland of Yuzhou and assassinate officials." Su Fengnian nodded. Tantai Pingjing, Sui Shiegu, and Bai Ma Yizong naturally wouldn't participate in the secret conversation. Only Su Fengnian and the Tao family's father and son were left in an elegant room. Lush green bamboos could be seen outside the window. At the end of last year, there was heavy snow everywhere in Liang, and Beiliang was even more so. This year's late spring wasn't as cold as before, but Su Fengnian didn't take off his fur coat after sitting down. Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai were also given a seat. However, It was clear that they were very reserved in front of this famous young vassal king, even in their own territory. Instead, they were like shabby guests. The elderly head of the Tao family was in awe, and Tao Wenhai, who was a county magistrate in Yanji County, was in awe over fear. Soon, a graceful woman came in with hot ginger tea. After putting it down, she went to the corner of the room and sat down. She bent down and skillfully opened a drawer and box, placing a dozen kinds of precious spices on a small table made of red sandalwood in front of her. The sandalwood table was previously furnished with a typical master and servant, a bottle, a furnace, and a box. The furnace was the master, and the box was the servant. Su Fengnian held the ginger tea with both hands and took a sip. Immediately, the cold was driven away a bit, and the warmth seeped into his heart and spleen. In this rare moment of leisure, he subconsciously looked at the woman, who gave off a quiet and peaceful feeling. She was probably the kind of woman who was said to be delicate and beautiful. Her clothes were appropriate, but her breasts, waist, and buttocks, as well as her kneeling legs, all kinds of rounded curves, didn't disappear because of the winter clothes. Of course, Su Fengnian didn't have any romantic feelings, and he didn't have any thoughts of doing anything with her. However, such an outstanding woman was pleasing to the eye. Su Fengnian was an expert in the art of appreciation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a grandmaster. Otherwise, Great Peace City would not have been so obsessed with the calligraphy and paintings that Bailiang and His Royal Highness had used seals to call fakes in the early years. Su Fengnian looked over and knew that the brass incense burner came from the famous Nanju Huangju. The incense burner was very ancient and had diluted its toughness. After many years of maintenance, it gave off a bright red color like a famous sword that shone with light. If there were no accidents, the ashes in the incense burner would be the remains of agar wood that had been burned for many years. 10 years of burning incense and half a burner of ashes. Su Fengnian's mind wandered absent-mindedly. His gaze stopped near the young woman. Tao Jinzhao smiled knowingly. His oldest granddaughter had been unwilling to marry for so many years, causing him to be mocked by some of his old friends who had failed in marriage, as having a daughter in the Tao family is a rare commodity worth hoarding. Different from his father, who was quick-witted, Tao Wenhai had been secretly observing this king of Bailiang, who had turned over a new leaf. Because the Tao family had a hidden identity in the whisk water room, Tao Wenhai had participated in the transmission of military intelligence in Yuzhou very early on. Compared to the other descendants of large Bailiang clans, Tao Wenhai was much more curious about Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts and said frankly, "Excuse me." The woman smiled sweetly. Su Fengnian took a big sip of ginger tea, put down the teacup, and said in a deep voice, according to the intelligence that Chu Lushan dug out from the South Dynasty, "The Empress of Beimang has long asked Li Mibi to make a plan to send assassins before the troops and horses move. Beimang's Jianghu forces are divided into 2 parts. Most of the top masters and all the low-level warriors have joined the army, while the middle-level masters are assigned to Li Mibi, the head of the Beimang spies, to accurately assassinate our border generals and civil officials. They won't go to the Bailiang Protectorate, where Chu Lushan is to seek their own deaths. But Tao Wenhai, you are indispensable to the Bailiang and a corps official who lacks personal guards, so you are the best target for the men of sacrifice of Beimang." Su Fengnian stretched out his finger and gently turned the teacup. The border to the north of Liangzhou is full of military towns and cities, so it's very difficult for the enemy to find an opportunity. In Yuzhou, it's much more complicated. Although the area around the mouth of the calabash is densely covered with webs of various sizes, their original purpose is to impede the rapid advance of Beimang's army. They don't have the power to deal with these men of sacrifice of spiderweb and Jianghu masters. Even though great General Yan Wenluan and Yuzhou General Huang Fucheng have already sent out 16 elite cavalry units of about 500 men to hunt down the fish that slipped through the net. I believe it's still very difficult for them to succeed. The real battle in Yuzhou will still take place within the border. Therefore, the Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard in Wutong'an and Whisk Room will mainly focus on the border counties like Yanji County. However, even though the Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard has already sent out all their forces, when the time comes, they are bound to be flustered. Tao Wenhai gently glanced at his father, Tao Jinzhao, who nodded. Only then did Tao Wenhai say, "Your Highness, what this lowly official is most worried about right now is that after Beimang enters the border, Beimang will scatter their troops. Each troop will be led by one or several top masters. Even if we have the Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard secretly protecting us and sending out a message at the cost of his life before he died, our men of sacrifice in the vicinity will immediately rush to the battlefield to encircle and annihilate them. I'm afraid that the enemy has concealed their strength in the previous attack and has no intention of retreating after succeeding in one strike. At that time, we may instead suffer a second round of heavy casualties. By the time we come to our senses, we will have no choice but to gather several main forces to intercept them. Perhaps the enemy's other top forces will begin to quietly make their move again." At this point, Tao Wenhai seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "There's no harm in speaking frankly." Tao Wenhai went straight to the point and said, "After all, our Bailiang is only a sparsely populated place. We don't have the upper hand in this kind of battle of attrition of masters. Beimang's Taoist sect, chess and sword music school, Princess's Grave, and Mount Tibbing have all sent their elites to join the battle. Many famous Beimang Devil Path heroes are also working for Li Mibi. Our side is definitely at a disadvantage in terms of the number of level 2 and level 3 martial arts grandmasters. But it's precisely these kinds of people who can make the most decisive impact in the battle of assassination and counter-assassination. Our large number of light cavalry can't perform well. To put it bluntly, we may be led by the nose from the beginning to the end. We may not even be able to catch the corner of their clothes." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "In fact, there are 5 level 1 masters in Beimang with definite identities. They are the disciplinary elder of the Taoist sect, the great music school of the chess and sword music school, little idea of the Princess's Grave, and 2 famous devils. So this time, the whole history of Beimang's Jianghu has been dug out by His Majesty. Our Yuzhou will be the first touchstone for that old woman to reorganize the Jianghu." Tao Wenhai and Tao Jinzhao looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Of course, the good news is that other than little idea of half-face makeup, the rest are only in the Vajra realm and the Finger Mysterious realm. Moreover, most of the level 2 grandmasters are from the chess and sword music school. Their realms are not low, but when it comes to a life-and-death battle, they may not be comparable to Bailiang's level 3 martial artists." Chapter 1333. Tao Wenhai smiled wryly. Since the enemy was so strong and difficult to defeat, this didn't seem like good news to be happy about. In the corner, the woman sitting with her knees bent slowly stirred the incense ashes evenly and cut the agarwood into small pieces. The charcoal and the agarwood were filled with a graceful beauty. Because tonight's conversation would definitely not be short, her movements were neither hurried nor slow. Tao Wenhai said carefully, "Your Highness, if I may be so bold as to suggest," Su Fengnian quickly said, "you want the Wu family's cavalry and swords to come to Yuzhou to put out the fire?" Somewhat embarrassed, Tao Wenhai nodded. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "The Wu family swordsmen have to stay with Chu Lushan in case of any accidents. They can't move yet." Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai knew that the long-browed, one-armed old man next to the king of Bailiang, was a sword immortal who had become famous in Liangzhou City. Of course, they didn't think that such an expert would leave the king of Bailiang's side. Most importantly, no matter how bad their eyesight was, they could tell that the king of Bailiang was acting very strange. It was as if he had only won a Pyrrhic victory after a great battle. If they guessed right, then the sword immortal old man couldn't leave without permission. In fact, Su Fengnian hoped that Sui Xiegu could help since Tantai Pingjing was by his side. However, the old man didn't care about the situation in Yuzhou at all. He didn't care about his seniority at all. Wherever Tantai Pingjing went, he would go. The two of them added up to more than 200 years old. In Sui Xiegu's words, how many times can I look at her now? Of course, I'll look at her as much as I can. However, Su Fengnian wouldn't just wait for death and allow Beimang's forces to strut around Yuzhou. In addition to the mobilization of Wutangen's Whispering Room and Tide Listening Pavilion's experts, he also sent me Fengjie, the master of the Heavy Sword Cave, to Yuzhou to cooperate with Fan Xiaochai, the granddaughter of Fan Baoshan, who used to be Northern Han's Defender General. Fan Xiaochai's Finger Xian realm wasn't something that Daozong's Xian realm could compare to. With Fan Xiaochai's current strength, she could easily defeat any second-level master of the chess and sword music school, even if it was 1 against 2. In addition, the Guanyin sect's Qi refinement warriors had already secretly rushed to Yuzhou. They wouldn't directly get involved in this muddy water, but they would do their best to keep an eye on those first-level masters who only appeared briefly during the battle. They would pass on the information to the nearby Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard, so that Yuzhou would have a target to target. This battle would definitely be a series of small-scale and bloody battles. Once the two sides met, they were destined to die or be injured. There was no way to escape unscathed. It was a competition to see which side could move faster and more stealthily. Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai only guessed that the king of Bailiang was seriously injured, but Beimang's Li Mibi clearly knew about it. Thus, Suaxia Valley was a target that Beimang had to focus on. In Su Fengnian's opinion, other than the princess's grave, Suaxia Valley, who might be a backup plan for an imaginary enemy, there should be another top-notch master hiding even deeper. Of course, the top-notch in Su Fengnian's eyes would not be on the same line as literati like Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai. Su Fengnian asked, "Is there a detailed map of Yozhou's situation here?" Tao Wenhai hurriedly got up and went to the study to fetch the maps. After that, he came back with a large pile of maps, including the map of the territory of Yuzhou province and the maps of prefectures and counties. He spread out the largest map of the entire Yuzhou province on the desk and put the smaller maps separately. Not everyone dared to hide these things among the people. Once the government found out, they would definitely be thrown into jail. Su Fengnian stood up, followed by Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai. Su Fengnian inquired about the distribution of the men of sacrifice in each county of Yuzhou in detail, hoping to fill in the gaps. Naturally, the three of them would occasionally talk about the topography of each county. Tao Wenhai was surprised to find that the king of Vassal knew the geography of Yanji County like the back of his hand, which many locals of Yanji County did not know. He could also casually mention the garrison troops and commanding officers in each county. He even knew the background and character of the generals who were no higher than level 6 or level 7. Tao Wenhai could not help but suspect that he, a small county magistrate, could not escape from the king's eyes. For a moment, he was worried that he would leave a bad impression on the young king. The three of them chatted for 4 hours. The young woman sat in the corner with her legs bent, except for pouring incense, tea, and candles. Chapter 1334. Her name was Tao Tanxiang. She wasn't trying to please the king of Bailiang. In fact, she had been paying attention to Su Fengnian for a long time. At that time, he was still the infamous good-for-nothing His Royal Highness. Tao Tanxiang's father, Tao Xianlong, had spent a lot of money to buy a famous painting from Bailiang Palace. It was Ladies of the Dragon Palace from the Western Shu Kingdom of the previous dynasty. When she saw the two huge fakes, she was stunned. How could there be such a bastard in the world who would waste natural resources so recklessly? Every time these celebrities and refined scholars opened a scroll, they would look at it with a pilgrimage mentality. It would definitely be passed down from generation to generation. As long as it was well preserved, it might even be placed on a table to be admired 500 or even 1,000 years later. Wasn't this guy afraid that he would go down in history because of those two words? Later, she was a little angry. As long as it was a painting with His Royal Highness's seal, she would ask her father to buy it back at a high price. It was funny. At that time, Tao Xianlong, who was only a secondary 7th-rank official, spent a lot of money to buy fakes. Because of this, the governor of Yanji County, Hong Shandong, who was a righteous official, thought that this person was a talent, especially when His Royal Highness became the king of Bailiang. Tao Xianlong was promoted again. Over time, Tao Tanxiang collected no less than 30 paintings with Su Fengnian's seal. Not all of them were fakes. For example, Su Fengnian's hastily written calligraphy was privately praised by collectors in the capital for being witty and interesting. There was also a concise and vivid phoenix portrait seal with rough words. The mother-son seal on Lo Quat was even more memorable. So Tao Tanxiang slowly felt that she had known this man for a long time. She knew every news he had received from Liang Lake, from the capital's imperial court, and from Bailiang's officialdom over the years. She gently placed her hands on her knees and raised her head to look at the man who had never been domineering. Every time he frowned, and every time he smiled warmly, she would carefully observe it as if she was collecting a treasure. After another 2 hours, Su Fengnian smiled and let the old Tao Jinzhao go to bed first. He continued to chat with Tao, Wenhai by the light. Their topics were broader, and they were no longer limited to Yuzhou or even Bailiang. Instead, they included the politics and military of Liang and Beimang, as well as the local customs of the two dynasties. When the Tao family patriarch left, he went to his granddaughter, Tao Yanxiang, and asked her to make tea and prepare some pastries. Therefore, when they moved to the couch by the window to chat, she sat between the king of Bailiang and Uncle Tao Wenhai. It was a bit humorous. When the sky began to brighten, Tao Wenhai, who was in high spirits and didn't feel sleepy at all, still got up and bid farewell. He asked the king of Bailiang to allow Tao Tanxiang to stroll around the Tao residence with him. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded in agreement. The two of them strolled toward the Tao library. From beginning to end, the two of them were shoulder to shoulder apart and didn't give off the feeling of being neither close nor distant. Su Fengnian said apologetically, "Miss Tao, you've worked hard." She shook her head and said with a smile, "It's not hard at all. It's just that grandfather might be a bit disappointed, but I'm not disappointed. I'm very content." Su Fengnian smiled knowingly and didn't mince his words. You don't have to worry about not being able to find a husband. Nowadays, there are a lot of handsome scholars who want to become officials, and there are also many who are talented and learned. Tao Tanxiang made a sound of acknowledgement and walked closer to the building. She said, "People of the world value editions and complete order when it comes to collecting books. For example, there is a saying that 1 page is worth 100 taels of silver, and a set is worth 1,000 taels of gold. However, our library doesn't care about this. Grandfather feels that nothing is as important as the words of the sages in the books. Rather than spending 1,000 taels of silver to buy a set, it's better to buy 100 sets of normal books. Therefore, The number of books in this library is no less than those in the Central Plains. Furthermore, if scholars come to borrow books to read, they will be able to do so without obstruction. Su Fengnian nodded and said, I've heard that your Tao family is also fully responsible for the food and lodging of the scholars who come to study. That's very rare. The scholars of Beiliang don't travel as much as the Central Plains, but because of your Tao family, Yanji County doesn't lose to Jiangnan. Tao Tanxiang said gently, My father once said that a prosperous and prosperous family is like a person with plump skin. However, if the yang energy is too strong and isn't adjusted, there will be a day when the internal organs will be damaged. Thus, our Tao family's year after year of disaster relief, borrowing books, and kindness to our neighbors are all necessary treatments. We can't wait until the illness is beyond cure to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. Su Fengnian joked, Just based on these words, your father is more than qualified to be a governor. Su Fengnian walked toward the door of the Tao Manor. As he crossed the threshold, he said to Tao Tanxiang, You should go back first. It's very hurtful for a woman to stay up late. I still have to go to the memorial arch to wait for someone. She narrowed her eyes and smiled brilliantly. She said mischievously, It's fine. I really want to know who in the world can make the king of Beiliang wait. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. The two of them stood under a memorial arch. After waiting for a long time, a carriage and a group of more than 100 white horses finally appeared at the end of their vision. Tao Tanxiang turned her head and happened to see him smile. She saw him quickly walk over to greet them. She did not follow. She stood where she was and watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance. The carriage and the group of riders neatly stopped. Tao Tanxiang saw a young woman whose face could not be seen clearly walk down from the carriage. Su Fengnian looked at the woman, who had come all the way from the prince's mansion in Liang province. He asked gently, Are you cold? She shook her head. One of the riders who had come with the white horse righteous attendant did not dismount from his horse. He only exchanged glances with Su Fengnian and nodded. Then he turned his horse around and rode away. This rider did not carry a saber or a crossbow. He only carried a heavy iron spear. But with this rider and spear, the entire Yuzhou would not fall into chaos. Su Fengnian asked for a war horse from the white horse righteous attendant. He first carried her onto the horse. Then he mounted the horse himself. The two of them rode together. Su Fengnian said apologetically, I promised you before that I would see the scenery of Beiliang. She leaned into his warm embrace and did not say anything. Su Fengnian squeezed the horse's belly and galloped along the path the white horse righteous attendant had taken. Other than the two of them and the horse, there was no one else around. Her face glowing, she raised her hands to her mouth and said with a childish smile, Su Fengnian takes Lu Qingyan and the white horse righteous attendant to Beiliang. The white horse righteous attendant to Beiliang. A thousandly swift wind. Chapter 1335. When Bei Meng's army was pressing on the border on 3 fronts, the Liang imperial court had not learned of this matter. Beiliang would not pass this military intelligence to the capital. Even if the capital heard of this, they would probably only breathe a sigh of relief. Barbarians killing barbarians, dogs biting dogs, it had nothing to do with them. It would be best if both sides were heavily injured. It would be a great thing to drive away bad luck for the Liang Imperial Court. On the straight official road outside the south gate of the capital, there were 4 people who didn't have passports. A couple with a child. The child was riding on the neck of the man with the sword. It was clear that they were a family of 3. Then there was an extra white-clothed person beside them. This white-clothed person gave people a vague feeling. In terms of appearance, he was not outstanding. He did not have the beauty of a woman, nor was he as handsome as a man. The people nearby did not dare to look at this person. They only glanced at him. But when they thought about it, he should have left some impression. But they did not have the courage to look again. As for the inconspicuous family of three, they were naturally ignored. The man holding his child's legs looked at the city walls of Great Peace City and sighed. In the world, this is probably the only city that can make things difficult for me. I want to go in, but I'm afraid of causing trouble. The three of us do not have proper identities in Liang, and we can't really force our way in. It's also not appropriate to sneak in at night. At the time, there was a person surnamed Xie in the city. He was not my match in fighting, but it was easy for him to find me. I wanted to take my wife and daughter into play, not to go in and kill everyone. For this kind of thing, it would be better if I was 20 years younger. The white-clothed person laughed coldly. Didn't Hong Shishang do it? The man said helplessly, "Aren't you comparing me to Ancestor Lu?" The white-clothed person said calmly, "In terms of those unclear identities, would you lose? Even in terms of martial talent in this life, you would not lose. In the end, you fell to a state worse than Tuoba Bodhisattva." The man had a smug look on his face, as if he had nothing to say to her. His wife quickly smoothed things over and said with a smile, "My husband was born lazy. Actually, isn't it pretty good? He doesn't have to fight with others for no reason. It's also peaceful." The man nodded in agreement. "That's right." The child rested her chin on her father's head and nodded along with him. Although she didn't understand anything, she still cheered. "That's right, that's right." The white-robed person gazed at Great Peace City. Over the past 800 years, from the Great Qin dynasty to Liyang, apart from the most majestic city in the world in front of her, she had been to almost every capital city. The child suddenly said, "Father, didn't Mother say before that there was a guy who liked to wear green clothes who often went to the city? Why do you have a headache?" "Father, it doesn't matter if you can't defeat my future master, but you can at least fight for the second or third place in the world, right?" The man rubbed his chin and said seriously, "That's true." The woman pinched him hard on the waist. Just as the man was about to speak, he found that the person he had been traveling with had turned and left. He really was as lazy as his wife had said. He couldn't be bothered to use his brain to think of the reason, but he couldn't help but complain. "Aren't your identities as the great demon Luo Yang a mess? Do you have the right to criticize me?" The white-robed person was Luo Yang. He was the person who had run from Beimang to Liyang and found his wife. Then, because his wife said that swordsmen were the most natural, he found a sword and pretended to be a swordsman. He had a precious daughter and met Luo Yang and Tuoba Bodhisattva at the foot of Mount Hui. If this was in Beimang, his fame would be great. Beimang had 5 large sections. The sect he belonged to was one of them, and he was the only member of the sect, the only one in the world. One person, one sect. Of course, he knew that he was very talented in martial arts, but he had never pursued anything like becoming the first in the world. It was like his wife wasn't that beautiful, but he fell in love with her at first sight. There were always some things in the world that didn't have a reason. His only pursuit was to be unrestrained. When he was young, he had his own freedom. After he met his wife and had a child, he had the freedom of a family of 3. As for what freedom was, he didn't want to think about it. Looking at the majestic city, he could clearly feel the flow of fate. Presumably after the new emperor of Liyang ascended the throne, because Han Shengxian, Master Lu Hao, and the one surnamed Xie were all dead, he was afraid that he would be beheaded after wearing the dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne for a few days. Therefore, he set up layers upon layers of murky traps. This was reasonable. With the Li Yang dynasty's thriving national strength, they wouldn't be completely helpless against a single top martial artist. His daughter suddenly whispered, "Father, I want to eat leek pancakes." The man stilled and then turned with a grin to look at his daughter-in-law, who was not as important as him. The woman stepped on his foot. "Idiot! What are you practicing martial arts for? Can't your daughter eat a pancake?" She quickly added, "It's not like we don't pay." The man who had received the imperial decree nodded and smiled. "All right." He freed a hand to hold his wife and said softly, "Daughter, hold tight." In an instant, all the first-grade experts in Great Peace City, both on the surface and under the surface, felt a great presence. The northern sex dragon rising chi refinement warriors were panicking like headless flies. The man raised a smiling face. What was freedom? At least at this time, he knew the answer. Freedom. That was when his daughter said she wanted to eat pancakes. Even if the entire Great Peace City wanted to stop her, they could not stop him. Huyen Grand Monastery. There was a flash of light on the road, like a rainbow falling into Great Peace City. Great Peace City did have the saying of late autumn cabbage and spring leeks. These two things, whether it was the officials, the nobles, or the common people, every family could afford to eat them and liked to eat them. The people of Jing liked to use leeks to eat spring. It was the best season. Eating a bite of the spicy and fresh green leeks could expel the foul energy that had accumulated in the organs all winter out of the stomach. In the Zhao family manor, which was the largest building in the capital, the burps of many officials emitted the smell of leeks, not to mention the farts that came out from under the buttocks of some officials. It really made people frown, but soon they smiled. On Zhao Jiaowing's side, there was the Hamlin Academy, which had always been noble and aloof. There were also the two big yamens of the two provinces under the Hall of Governmental Affairs, which used to be deserted but now slightly lively. However, the most boisterous ones were the yamens of the 6 ministries of Shangshu Province. The Ministry of War had always been the most important place among the 6 ministries of external court. Even after the Prime Minister Yin Maochun replaced Zhao Yuling as the Minister of Personnel Affairs, he could not change the situation. Unlike the other 5 great generals, who had their fates changed every few years, the Ministry of War had only had 3 people who had been in that position since the first year of Yonghui to the second year of Xiangfu. They were the great pillar state Gu Jiantang, the king of Shu Qinjibao, and the current Tangxi sword deity Lu Baijie. The latter 2 had only been in that position for less than 2 years. Without a doubt, the Ministry of War had always been the feng shui treasure land that the new Jinsher wanted to have the most. So much so that last year, Gao Tingshu, who had been the second place of the imperial exam, admitted that he would rather be the head of the Department of Martial Selection and Purging officials than go to the Ministry of Rights to be the most easily promoted minister-counselor of the Department of Rights. One had to know that the Minister of Rights, Bai Guo, was present in the main hall at the time. Minister Bai was so angry that he laughed and kicked the other minister, Lu Baijie. Rumor had it that Bai Guo was transferred to the Minister of Revenue. One day, he met the new second place in the imperial court. The Minister of Rights teased him. "Fortunately, I didn't take up a post in the Ministry of Appointments. Otherwise, you would be sitting on the cold bench in the Ministry of War for 10 or 20 years. Today, the unusually busy Ministry of War had a somewhat unexpected guest. Everyone in the Ministry of War, whether they were walking outside or sitting inside, either stopped and saluted when they saw him or stood up solemnly. Everyone looked excited. It was not much different from meeting the emperor alone. It was very simple. It was because this person was Gu Jiantang, the youngest warrior of the 4 great generals of the spring and autumn period, the former master of the Ministry of War. Gu Lu, as a general, Su Shao, who was also a famous general of the spring and autumn period, had already died of old age. Gu Jiantang could not even be considered old. As an official, Zhang Lu, who had been in conflict with Gu Lu for more than 10 years, had already collapsed. Zhang Julu had died a miserable death. Gu Jiantang, on the other hand, was the only super first-rank pillar of the Liang imperial court. He held the power of 300,000 soldiers and horses at the northern border. Gu Jiantang walked alone into the large room of the old Zhang Lu. Without needing him to say anything, a large group of arrogant officials in the 6 ministries stood up and saluted, then quickly sat down and continued with their work. This was the cold and hard temperament that Gu Jiantang had left for the Ministry of War. You can be arrogant and despotic in your conduct, but you must be swift and decisive in your work. You must not be sloppy. Unlike the other 5 ministers and assistant ministers who each had their own room, the 3 main and assistant ministers of the Ministry of War all worked in the same room. The minister's desk was placed at the far left of the room, while the left and right assistant ministers' desks were placed at the far right. At present, of the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, the general of Piao Yi, Lu Xingxiang, was not in the capital as the general of the southern expedition. The newly appointed assistant minister, general of Dragon Xiang, Su Gong, was patrolling the border in accordance with the new etiquette of Liang. Thus, only the minister, Lu Baijia, was left in the room. After seeing Gu Jiantang, he did not deliberately put on airs. Instead, he stood up like his subordinates and stood up to greet the old minister. He even waited for the others to return to their seats before standing up. This was not only because Lu Baijia's official patch with a second-rank lion embroidered on his chest was slightly inferior to Gu Jiantang's first-rank qilin. It was also because Lu Baijia had undisguised respect for the senior of the Ministry of War, Gu Jiantang. Lu Baijia walked around the table to Gu Jiantang's side and said with a smile, "General, sit down and have a cup of tea." Chapter 1336. Gu Jiantang nodded. Lu Baijia took the lead and walked to the 2 empty tables on the far right side of the room. Soon, the second-ranked scholar who had written The Drunken Eight Immortals and had been personally threatened by Minister Baigua arrived with tea. He first served it to Gu Jiantang, who was far away, and then to Lu Baijia, who was close at hand. After Gu Jiantang took the tea, he slowly asked, "You're not going to Gao Tingshu of the Ministry of Rights?" The young manager of the Department for Purging Officials, who didn't dare to make any unnecessary moves and only wanted to leave as soon as possible, couldn't help but tense up. He said in a trembling voice, "That's me." Gu Jiantang didn't have a smile on his face. He asked the newcomer of the Ministry of War a rather sharp question. "Why didn't you serve tea to Minister Shangshu first?" Gao Tingshu was speechless. Lu Baijia laughed and said, "Great General, oh great General, you're obviously secretly happy. Don't take advantage of the situation and pretend to be obedient. Manager, Gao took a huge risk to come to our Ministry of War. No matter what, he's half a family member of yours. You don't have to scare a junior like this." After being disturbed by Lu Baijia, Gu Jiantang no longer deliberately kept a straight face. He smiled and said, "Just for the sake of you serving tea first, even if the Ministry of Personnel suppresses you in the future, I'll first ask Minister Bai for a favor. I guarantee that I won't delay your promotion in the future, but you should learn a bit more. Look at how Minister Bai became an official. He not only gave himself a way out of the embarrassing situation, but also made you remember that he helped you get out of trouble." Lu Baijia's face was full of helplessness. Hey, great General, you're not being kind. It's one thing to freeload tea, but you're also undermining me. In the future, I'll have no prestige in this room." Lu Baijia turned his head and glared at Gao Tingshu. He pretended to be angry and said, "Stinking brat, get out of here. Aren't you afraid that I'll make things difficult for you? Do you want to annoy all the ministers of the 6 ministries? When the time comes, even if you have the great general to protect you, At most, you'll have to run to the border to drink the wind and eat the sand. Gao Tingshu hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead, turned around, and trotted away with a silly smile. The officials of the Ministry of War, who were actually secretly listening, immediately burst into laughter. Amidst the laughter, everyone was naturally envious of Gao Tingshu's good fortune. He immediately left a good impression in the hearts of the two ministers of war. Gu Jiantang finished the tea in one gulp. After putting down the teacup, he sighed. "It's not easy for Minister Lu." Lu Baijia lowered her head and took a sip of the bitter tea. She nodded with a bitter smile and said, "It is quite difficult." Gu Jiantang was silent for a long time. After standing up, he said, "I'm about to leave the capital and return to Liaoxi. I won't disturb you any longer." Lu Baijia stood up as well and said calmly, "Let's see the Grand General off." After the two of them walked out of the room, Lu Baijia hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Is the Grand General really leaving?" Gu Jiantang grunted. Like the Minister of War beside him, he was not as relaxed as he was in the room. His expression was serious. "If I had decided to stay before we reached the capital, there would still be hope. Now, even if I insisted on staying, do you think it would be possible?" Lu Baijia was speechless. The Grand General Gu Jiantang's meaning was not deep. When the late emperor was alive, Gu Jiantang had accompanied him all the way back to the capital. However, he still could not persuade the late emperor to let him, a pillar of the northern region military and politics, replace Lu Xingxiang to preside over the southern expedition. Now that the new emperor had ascended the throne, how could Gu Jiantang rely on his past achievements to coerce the new emperor? In fact, Gu Jiantang and Lu Baijia both agreed with a certain someone's prediction of the situation. The suppression of the rebellion in Guangling should be done quickly. The imperial court had sent Lu Xingxiang, Yang Xinxing, and Yan Jinchuan to the southern expedition, assisted by several vassal lords. In terms of military strength, it was actually enough. It could not be considered a genius, but it was certainly not a bad move. However, a very small number of people had forgotten one thing. The deployment of troops and the deployment of troops on the battlefield was much more straightforward than the officialdom where everyone could sit behind closed doors and drink slowly. Lu Xingxiang had excellent talent as a general, but at that time, the undercurrent of the imperial court did not give this general of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War a chance. Not only did he not have a chance, but he was also a burden to the point where it was extremely difficult to deploy troops. As a result, the imperial court forcibly turned the situation into a rotten quagmire. If Gu Jiantang had been in charge, even if there was a group of rich playboys who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth stirring up trouble, Yang Xinxing absolutely would not have been greedy for merit and rashly advanced. Thus, the imperial court would not have harmed Yan Jinchuan's entire 30,000 cavalry and caused the two vassal lords, Zhao Ying and Zhao Sun, to almost be sent to their deaths. Gu Jiantang quietly slowed down his steps and said, "Lu Xingxiang has obtained the position of General Piao Yi. If nothing unexpected happens, he will vacate the position I just sat in. At that time, my subordinate, General Tang Taizuang of Liaoxi, will enter the capital to take over." This is not good news, but it is also not bad news. I'm just taking this opportunity to tell you about it first. Tang Taizuang is different from Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong. He is not good as an official, but he is very good at leading soldiers in battle. After he enters the Ministry of War, Minister Lu, you should try to get him to bring a few young people with him to the Guangling circuit. At that time, it might be south of the capital. Gu Jiantang said calmly, "The reason I'm saying this is not out of selfishness. I want Tang Taizuang to have a smooth career as an official. I just hope that in your hands, the Ministry of War can retain the taste of the battlefield for a few more days." In the future, those sitting in the Ministry of War probably won't know what horse dung tastes like, and even fewer will have calluses on their thighs from riding horses. Lu Baijia sighed and said, "This matter shouldn't be too difficult." Gu Jiantang suddenly turned his head to look at the former Gu Lu. In the dusk, there were still some remnants of the spring sun shining on the roof. Gu Jiantang then smiled at Lu Baijia and said, "There's no need to see me off. I'm going to a place I never had the chance to go before." Lu Baijia stopped in her tracks and watched the great general leave. He knew where Gu Jiantang was going. The former Zhang Lu was originally where the Ministry of Personnel was located. After all, no matter how arrogant Gu Jiantang was when he controlled the Ministry of War for many years, the Yamen of the Ministry of Personnel was still nominally the most important place of the external court in Liang. Later on, Zhao Yuling parted ways with his teacher, and the Ministry of Personnel was moved. At that time, Wang Xiongui, the only one left who stood firmly behind the Grand Secretary as a proud student, did not move into Zhonglu. However, at that time, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Justice all had an assistant minister sit obediently in Zhonglu so that the civil official leader could convey his intentions, or rather, his will, to the various joints of the 5 ministries as quickly as possible. Now, Zhao Yuling was promoted to the Hall of Governmental Affairs, and Yin Maochun was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. The latter unexpectedly chose to sit in that room. Of course, there would no longer be any mention of Zhang Lu in the world. Compared to the oft-mentioned Gu Lu, this place was not even mentioned again. It was as if it had never appeared in the Liang Imperial Court. Gu Jiantang walked to that place and looked there. Under the curtain of night, compared to Gu Lu, there was not even a trace of afterglow there. On his return to the capital, that night, the emperor, who had not yet been called the previous emperor, stood in the imperial prison. That was the last time Gu Jiantang saw that person and passed on his last words. That person was separated from him by the iron fence, but he did not say even half a word of his last words. He only waved his hand at Gu Jiantang. Gu Jiantang gathered his thoughts. He did not look at the important members of the Ministry of Personnel, who rushed out of the room and down the steps to welcome him. He also did not look at the Prime Minister, Yin Maochun, who had stopped at the door. Gu Jiantang turned and strode away. An additional person had silently appeared in the capital. Logically speaking, let alone an additional person in the most virtuous place in the world, even an additional 1,000 people would be like a drop of water. However, no one could underestimate this sinful guest. King of Jing and Zhao Sun, the youngest vassal of the Liang dynasty with the surname of Zhao. From the time Zhao Sun was summoned to the moment Zhao Sun entered the capital, the Ministry of Rights had not been able to interfere. Everything had been handled by the imperial clan court. There were no walls in the capital that did not let in the wind. Small news had already begun to spread rapidly in the higher levels of officialdom. However, no one knew whether Zhao Sun's trip to Great Peace City was a blessing or a curse. In the battle outside Yaoyu Pass, the Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, who was also a vassal of the imperial clan, had died in battle after 3 victories. It was not appropriate to say that he was sullen, but it was also wrong to say that he was brave. He was brave, but he was too unstrategic, abandoning the 3 passes and running to the plains to play a battle of cavalry. How could he be called wise? As for Zhao Sun, there was more praise than criticism. After all, this king of Jing and had gone to save the Duke of Huainan, and had almost been killed by the cavalry of the West Chu rebel army. The 2 vassals, who were 1 generation apart, did not have much of a relationship. From this, one could see that Zhao Sun's loyalty to the court was unquestionable. Compared to his father, the old king of Jing, and Zhao Heng, there was a world of difference. However, His Majesty the Emperor had just inherited the throne, and the Emperor's heart was hard to fathom. Zhao Sun temporarily lived in a mansion on Junwang Street that had nothing to do with him. More than 100 years ago, it had been the private residence of a powerful official of the Liang dynasty. It was extremely illegal and occupied a large area with more than 400 rooms. Among them, there were even halls that were several zhang above the street level outside. Later, about 40 years ago, the Liang Emperor bestowed it to Prince Zhongyi. Unfortunately, the title of prince was only hereditary for one generation before it was lost due to a crime. In the last 40 years, it had changed hands several times, and the owners did not live far away. The most famous of them was, of course, the old Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji. Although Zhao Sun was nominally a vassal who had gone to the capital to ask for punishment, the wording of the imperial edict was very strict. If not for the blind Mr. Lu's prediction, Zhao Sun really might have been scared out of his wits. At the time, Lu Su's words were very simple. Since you have gone, you should make the best of it. Chapter 1337. Since Zhao Sun was already here, he might as well make the best of it. These few days, he would often stroll around the mansion alone, admiring the bright corridors, towering ancient trees, and the surrounding mountains to his heart's content. At this time, Zhao Sun was standing in a pavilion in the middle of a lake with a smile on his face. The right leader of the imperial clan court, who had escorted him here after arriving in the capital, looked at him with disdain. Zhao Sun looked at him like he was looking at a wild dog on the side of the road. Perhaps he had heard some news yesterday and came here in a hurry to repair their relationship. His wrinkled, old face bloomed with a smile. Of course, Zhao Sun would not make a fuss about it on the surface. He even gave the right leader a mercury jade thumb ring that he had prepared beforehand. The old fellow's eyes lit up when he saw it. Clearly, Mr. Lu had carefully prepared such a small item that hit his weak spot. In fact, other than the jade thumb ring, Lu Su had also asked him to carry an ink-colored tortoise-back inkstone with him. He said that if the right leader of the imperial clan came out to receive him, he needed to give this item away. Zhao Sun sighed with emotion. Lu Su, you really are a genius. When this king was still His Royal Highness, he always felt that the so-called top strategists like Li Yishan and Nailan Yusi were just heroes created by the times. Once placed in a time of peace and prosperity, they would fade into the crowd. Only after meeting you did he realize that no matter if they were in a time of peace or chaos, there would definitely be a place for them. Zhao Sun had previously thought that using the destruction of 6,000 cavalry to complete the retreat in order to advance arrangement was too heavy a price. But when Zhao Sun came to Great Peace City and stood in this mansion, he began to understand that Mr. Lu was right. Zhao Sun suddenly saw two figures appear on the shore of the lake, and then walk toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. No one led the way. Zhao Sun frowned and instinctively became alert. When the two gradually came closer, Zhao Sun was stunned. After recognizing one of them, he asked in confusion, "Brother Song?" The young phoenix of the Song clan, Song Kelly. The last time he came to the capital, Zhao Sun had a brief encounter with Song Kelly. Song Kelly bowed and said, "Greetings, King of Jing," and Zhao Sun quickly smiled and said, "Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite." Song Kelly looked relaxed, and he was neither arrogant nor impatient. He didn't show the slightest sign of depression due to the decline of his family. Moreover, he and the gray-haired Confucian came to visit together, which made Zhao Sun very hesitant. Song Kelly said softly, "This is Mr. Yuan. Sun Shiji and the others from West Chu are just Mr. Yuan's guests." Zhao Sun wasn't stupid. He immediately figured it out. Her surname was Yuan, the real owner of this house. He was the #1 strategist of Li Yang that his father, Zhao Heng, hated to the bone, half-inch elemental tongue bunshi. Zhao Sun bowed deeply. Junior Zhao Sun greets Mr. Yuan. Yuan Bunshi didn't say anything. He just waved his hand. Song Kelly smiled and said, I'm here to tell you that you can leave the capital and return to Qingzhou soon. Before Zhao Sun could react, Song Kelly's words of very soon came true very soon. A eunuch from the ceremony directorate, dressed in a bright red robe, held the imperial edict and walked towards the three of them. His steps were very fast, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry. The old eunuch holding the imperial edict nodded slightly when he saw Yuan Bunshi. He then read the edict to the king of Jing and Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun naturally had to kneel. Song Kelly also took a step back and knelt to listen. Only Yuan Bunshi was facing the lake and turned a deaf ear to it. The head eunuch, who was one of the top 3 eunuchs in the world, didn't show the slightest change in expression. After receiving the imperial edict, Zhao Sun had to leave the capital quickly. Plus, without Lu Su's plan, he didn't know how to talk to the emperor of Liyang. He was afraid of making a fool of himself, so he took the opportunity to leave the pavilion. After Zhao Sun and the head eunuch left, Yuan Bunshi asked, What do you think this eunuch from the ceremony directorate will be asked when he returns to the palace? Song Kelly shook his head. Yuan Bunshi smiled and said, The emperor won't care about the king of Jing, and he will ask Yuan Bunshi if he is respectful when he sees the imperial edict. Song Kelly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yuan Bunshi calmly said, Previously I advised the late emperor that if Prince Jinggan, Zhao Sun, had the intention of concealing his strength during the Jingnan campaign, I would issue an edict to have him enter the capital, remove his title of nobility, and demote him to a commoner. If he failed despite all his efforts, he would be allowed to keep his title, but he would have to live in Great Peace City for a year or two. The late emperor took this matter to heart, but it's not that the current son of heaven doesn't care. However, to the son of heaven, Zhao Sun is just an ordinary vassal king. The son of heaven wants to use this opportunity to imitate the way the late emperor dealt with Zhang Julu. He wants to test the waters and nibble away at him bit by bit. Song Kelly said in a small voice, That's too hasty. Yuan Bunshi didn't express his opinion. He struggled to open the conversation and continued, Zhao Sun is very smart. It's not that he is smart. In fact, he is not as smart as his father, Zhao Heng. But he knows how to listen to the people behind him. I wanted him to stay in Great Peace City and watch the world change because Xiang Fan as the backbone of the world was too important and could not be lost. That blind but lively young person was a great variable. I originally wanted to completely disrupt the factions of Qingzhou and have either Su Gong or Tang Tai's Huang go to Xiangfan City. Now it seems that maybe one day Qingzhou will become a place that the military will fight for. Liyang, Beimeng, Beiliang, West Shu, Western Shu, Nanjiang, all of these are possible. Song Kelly wanted to speak, but stopped. Strategists, scholars who plan, their identities are set. They are just scholars. Then it will depend on how they plan for the people they support. But before that, they must find the right person. Yuan Bunshi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Li Yishan was right to find Su Xiao. Zhao Chongling was wrong. I was right to find the late emperor. Sun Ping was wrong. Nailan Yusi was right to find the Yen King Zhao Bing. Lu Su was wrong to find Zhao Heng and Zhao Sun. Song Kelly asked curiously. Then Song Dongming, Su Beiji, and Chen Shiliang were right to find Su Fengyan? Yuan Bunshi said with a smile. I don't know. Song Kelly asked seriously. Mr. also has things you are not sure of? Yuan Bunshi asked in response. Can there not be? Song Kelly said with a smile. Yes. Yuan Bunshi smiled, and then said, I once asked 2 monks the same question. Killing thousands and reviving tens of thousands, is there something to do or not to do? When I asked if killing 10 people and reviving tens of thousands, Yang Taisui nodded and said there was something to do. But when I asked if killing one person and reviving tens of thousands, Li Xiaoxin still refused to nod. After Yuan Bunshi finished speaking, he paused for a long time and pressed a hand on the pillar. He said, "Next, I will have you bring an imperial decree and a secret decree to Ji province. The former is for you to take root in Ji Nan. The latter is for you to give to that mad dog, Yuan Tingshan, and have him boldly open the gates to Ji Bei." Song Kelly was puzzled at first, but then his face quickly paled. Yuan Bunshi said coolly, "Just make Beiliang more chaotic. Those who seek the living live, those who wish for the dead to die. The Beiliang cavalry is the best in the world. Then let the entire Central Plains wait and see." Just like in the past, Great Peace City welcomed the flying literary talent of the first month that could not be missed. For a time, rumors flew all over the place. The imperial examinations began in Dafeng, flourished in West Chu, and flourished in Liang. In West Chu, the subjects of the imperial examinations were extremely complicated. After the reform in Liang, the emphasis was placed on the imperial examinations. In a certain person's hands, the imperial examinations gradually became more focused on trial and error. At first, there was a clamor that the Grand Secretary neglected learning and only favored the imperial examinations. There were more and more people who passed the Grand Exam, going from 3 to 4 people in the Great Feng Dynasty to 20 to 30 people in the West Chu Dynasty. Then there were 100 people in the late Eternal Hui Dynasty, until there were 200 people in the first year of Xiangfu Dynasty. Because of the rise of the imperial examinations, many people who came from other places to take the examinations continued to enter and stay in Great Peace City. Thus, there were the two interesting things of passing the imperial examinations and passing the imperial examinations. Imperceptibly, the relationship between the literary and official circles was pulled closer. Li Yang's imperial examinations were held in the first month, and the results were released in the second month. Not to mention the fact that there were very few people who could pass the imperial examinations. The scholars who failed the examinations were not naive enough to think that it was over. They could not return to their homes. After all, the large amount of traveling expenses when they first came to Shangjing was not something most scholars could afford. Thus, they had to stay in the capital. Those who had connections would find friends and relatives, and those who did not would have to stay in the temples. During this period, other than continuing to study hard, they also had to learn how to get their favorite essays to be looked at by the officials or famous figures in the literary world. Or they could directly send it to the officials of the Ministry of Rights other than the examiners of the imperial examinations. Thus, there were sayings like the Prime Minister's gatekeeper is a 7th-rank official, and the King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. The 7th-rank gatekeeper was a bit unusual. After Tantanon, he had presided over the imperial examinations several times and was now the heavenly official. Naturally, there was a lot of traffic in front of Yin Maochuan's door. This was not strange. The Song family, which had produced 2 teachers, was also not strange. What was unusual was that this year, the residence that received the most name tags was not the residence of the head of the Secretariat, Qi Yanglong, nor was it the residence of the great master of science, Yao Baifeng. It was not the residence of Yan Jieshi, who was both a relative of the imperial family and a scholar. Instead, it was the residence of 2 young officials. One was the new assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, who was rumored to be the next head of the Ministry of Rights, and the other was the new Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, Sun Yin. It was said that the name tags received by these 2 gatekeepers could fill dozens of large baskets. Chapter 1338. The two most popular officials in Liyang also showed completely different attitudes. Even though Jean Lanting had a lot of work to do, he still tried his best to meet all the scholars. Even those who could not squeeze into the assistant minister Fu because they were ahead of the Empress Dowager and could not meet, official Jean would carefully review the letters and give them back to them. He would not be careless in his responses. As a result, he had to stay up all night almost every day. Other than meeting the scholars in person, he would also reply to essays and poems. Some of the best poems would even be passed around by Jean Sanlang among the 8 talents of the capital. It could be said that he did not spare any effort to help those scholars gain fame. However, when compared to Sun Yin, Chancellor Sun Yin's son, he appeared to be extremely unreasonable. He accepted the invitation, but during the first 10 days of the first month, he did not receive anyone. He only casually replied to 7 or 8 copies of the letters he received. It was just that this fellow's performance during the martial arts lecture at the directorate was simply too shocking. Don't forget, it was this person who won the battle of words that shook the entire court. Thus, even though this person who was recognized as arrogant in the capital wrote the words, "You don't know shit," in a letter, the person who received the reply still treated it as if he had received a treasure. He shamelessly spread the news and was treated as a joke by the entire great Peace City. In just a few short years, it went from the Yellow Door Minister Fu to the Wine Minister Fu and then to the Assistant Minister Fu. Then, was it still far from the title of Minister Fu? After Jean Lanting sent off the other 7 of the 8 talents of the capital, he walked alone in the corridor. He knew that there was a mountain of letters on the desk in the study. He also knew that as long as the imperial examination had not officially started, the mountain would only pile up higher and higher. The Ministry of Rights was indeed the weakest of the 6 ministries. However, once he became an assistant minister, it was a clean yamen with oil and water. However, this kind of oil and water was more hidden than gold and silver. Jean Lanting stopped beside a pillar. He raised his head and closed his eyes. His face was filled with intoxication as he took a deep breath. Great Peace City, great Peace City. How can I, Jean Sanlang, not be proud of my success? After a long time, Jean Lanting opened his eyes. His gaze was burning. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Minister Fu, I will do better than you." The small house that Sun Yin currently lived in was rented. When he first rented it, he was only a small official in the province. The rent was lowered to 10 taels of silver every 3 months after Sun Yin racked his lips with the rich merchant. After Sun Yin's reputation rose, Fu Jia eagerly ran to Sun Yin's door and said that he wanted to gift the house to the right chancellor. Sun Yin didn't agree and only changed the payment from once every 3 months to once every year. Today, Sun Yin wanted to go out. Through the crack in the door, he saw that there were still a dozen or so people waiting outside. Sun Yin turned and left through the back door. In the end, he was still stopped by a shabbily dressed young scholar. Sun Yin's path was blocked. The scholar introduced himself with a thick old Western Shu accent. Then he bent over and handed over a stack of things with both hands. It could be many poems or it could be a long essay. The scholar's face turned red. He mumbled something. It was clear that he had sent the examination to the assistant minister's manor. Most of the time, he had been examined by Jean Sanlang. It was also certain that Jean Lanting had only given him a dull and tasteless greeting. That was why he came to Sun Yin's place to try his luck. Sun Yin fumbled around and took out a handful of silver. He opened his palm and asked, "I haven't taken a fancy to anyone in the past 10 years. The things in your hands will most likely be mine. I can't even be bothered to scold you. The high officials in the capital all cherish their reputation. When they meet someone like you, they will at most pinch their noses and give you some money to send you off. Then, do you want me to give you the silver? so you can quickly pay back the rent you owe me and have a few good meals? Or do you want me to look at your things?" The scholar from Shishu, who had an average appearance and temperament, shook his head and said, "I don't want money. I only want Lord Chancellor to look at my poems seriously." Sun In took back the silver. He took the stack of poems with neat handwriting. His left hand pinched a corner, and his right hand casually flipped through 7 to 8 pages. Soon, he was about to hand it over to the scholar, whose hands were full of frostbite. However, when the latter's hands were about to grab the poems, Sun In let go first. The poems immediately fell to the ground. Sun In looked at the scholar, who had a stunned expression. He didn't know why, but he took out a small piece of silver. He casually threw it on the ground. When he brushed past the scholar, he sneered, "I won't pick up that piece of silver. To me, it is not worth mentioning. Your poem should be the same to you, because it's too worthless." Sun In swaggered off just like that. After walking far away, Sun In turned his head to look at that person. The scholar, who was wearing thin clothes, was squatting on the ground, picking up the poems page by page. Sun In even saw that person raise his arm to wipe his face. Sun In sighed and slowly walked towards a mansion that wasn't too far away. When he arrived, the gatekeeper, who was known to be extremely difficult to serve in the capital, didn't stop him at all. He even revealed a very sincere smile. This was obviously not as simple as Sun In being the second in command of the Imperial College. Without needing anyone to lead the way, he found Tantanon, who was eating peanuts and drinking wine in the study room. Sun In didn't say anything and just minded his own business and drank his wine. Huanwen smiled and said, "Sephora flowers are yellow, scholars are busy. When spring turns green, it means you are busy. Just get used to it. When you reach my age, you won't be busy anymore." Chapter 1339. Sun In, who had drunk several large bowls of wine, suddenly picked up a pair of chopsticks and lightly tapped the edge of the wine bowl. He softly said, "The capital's snowy night freezes one's fingers, the broken-down temple beggars snore thunderously, the vermilion gates and high walls are warmer than spring, the purple-clothed and white-clothed old nobility, one can't close one's eyes and beg." Listening to Sun Yin's long speech, Huanwen listened for a long time. A bowl of wine was brought to his mouth, but he didn't drink it. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. What a mess! Sun In stopped and didn't say anything. Huanwen drank a mouthful of wine and softly said, "But the meaning is still a little bit." Sun In calmly said, "I borrowed it with a piece of silver. I borrowed it, I can't afford it." Tantanon was shrewd and experienced. He only leisurely drank another mouthful of wine and let out a string of tsk sounds. It wasn't clear if the wine was too spicy or something else. Sun In asked, "There's no more wine?" Huanwen rolled his eyes and said, "Young people shouldn't drink to drown their sorrows. Young people don't know what sorrows taste like. Only 70 or 80 years old, tired of living, would drink to destroy people's livers." Sun In glared and said, "Don't be jealous, speak human language." Huanwen slammed the empty wine bowl on the table and also glared and said, "You don't understand what I mean, kid. There's no more wine for you to freeload." Sun In slumped against the back of the chair. Huanwen said angrily, "If you didn't know to take advantage of your official status and put your first month's salary into your pocket and quickly change it to a yearly payment with that merchant, you wouldn't even be able to enter my door, let alone drink those few bowls of wine." Huanwen was really angry when he spoke of this. He used his finger to fiercely point at the youngest Right Chancellor in the history of the Imperial College. "You've got water in your head, with Beimang and Li Yang as the offensive and defensive sides, talking about martial arts? Talk your head." Huanwen grabbed the wine bowl on the table and threw it at Sun In. He didn't care. that Sun Yin's forehead was bleeding profusely. He said in a stern voice, well said. In the face of a national calamity, you don't care about your body for martial arts. You don't care about your reputation for literature. An inch of blood for every inch of land. What a good Beimang. Going straight to Great Peace City. In this world, only you, Beiliang Sunin, know the art of war and understand the current situation. Sun Yin simply closed his eyes. He did not fight back, nor did he retort. The more Sun Yin acted like this, the angrier Huan Wen became. He slammed the table heavily. Do you think His Highness the Crown Prince, who was sitting on the praying mat at that time, is a fool? The head of the Secretariat, Qi Yanglong, is a fool? Huan Wen cursed. Do you think I, Huan Wen, am a fool? F***CKU. Sun Yin said indifferently. I'm sorry, my mother died a long time ago. F***CKU. Also dead. I don't care if your 18 generations of ancestors are dead or not. Sun Yin did not speak anymore. Huan Wen paused, his expression distressed. His hands trembled, as he said softly, Bai Yan never showed favoritism in his life. He only made an exception once for a bastard like you, when he was alive. Sun Yin's expression was wooden. In the Imperial College, there were so many scholars who felt that the Beiliang's 300,000 cavalry should have all died. They even felt that it was okay if the millions of Beiliang citizens died. When Yan Jinchuan died, they did not do anything. When Zhang Julu died, they were satisfied. These people felt that if they were Yan Jinchuan, they could easily defeat Xiaxi's cavalry. These people felt that if they were Zhang Julu, they could have ruled the world long ago. These people were all scholars. Sun Yin lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. He said in a choked voice, When I was young, I finally managed to get into a private school. Teacher was a remnant of the spring and autumn period who stayed behind in Beiliang for some reason when Hong Jia went north. I remember that teacher liked to take us to read and sing the Song of Everlasting Regret. Before I left Lingzhou, I saw teacher for the last time. Teacher said that he did not expect that the sound of reading he heard in Beiliang was the same as the sound of reading he heard in his hometown. So teacher said that after he died, it was fine to be buried in Beiliang. The great peace city of these scholars is so peaceful. I do not want to see this kind of peace. I, Sun Yin, want to return to my hometown. I would rather see the smoke of war rise there. Huan Wen said to himself, Sun Yin, if you want to return to Beiliang, I will not stop you. But I hope you know that the great peace city of the scholars you see is not the true great peace city, and not everyone's great peace city. This city had my teacher, Zhang Julu, Sun Ping, Yan Jinchuan, and I, Huan Wen, who is still alive. There are many people that you do not know. Su Xiao, Li Xiaoxin, Chao Chongqing, Yang Taisui, they were all once in this place. They were so high-spirited, and each of them had a clear conscience. When you return to Beiliang, you may become an official, you may be a strategist, you may die on the battlefield with a clear conscience. But if you do not give up today, one day in the future, at a certain time, you will have a chance to say to another young person, in Great Peace City, there is me, Sun Yin. In this world, there is me, Sun Yin. In a secluded courtyard in a narrow alley, a woman sat quietly on the threshold of the inner courtyard. The wooden door of the outer courtyard was open. She looked outside the door. It was as though she was waiting for someone to come home. She would occasionally hear the melodious shouts of the hawkers selling candied fruits from the distance. But maybe because this alley was too small, she could not see the figures of the hawkers carrying the candied fruits pass by the door. She put a hand on her abdomen and said softly, Boarder, the child and I are fine. But we miss you very much. Chapter 1340. If the post roads after the start of a war were compared to the meridians of a dynasty, then the endless supply of troops and provisions would be the blood of the empire. At this moment, Beimang displayed a huge tension that was enough to move the Central Plains. The Empress of Beimang, Taiping Ling of Chess and Sword Music School, and a fat man stood beside a post road. They looked at the busy transportation from north to south. The three of them had different expressions. The old lady, who was wearing a brand new mink coat, was full of pride. It was precisely because of her slow and appropriate governance that the Central Plains, which was on the verge of unification, did not gain the slightest bit of the upper hand for more than 10 years. She even forced Liang to spend half of the country's tax revenue on the Eastern Front, and finally led to the revival of West Chu in Guangling Road. Among her subjects, there was still Tuoba Bodhisattva, Dong Zhuo, Lu Gui, Huang Songpu, Murong Baoding, Yan Yuanzan, and a series of meritorious generals, not to mention the grassland eagle with the surname Yelu. They were a gathering of stars, shining brightly on the vast grassland. Standing beside the Empress was an ordinary-looking old scholar in a green robe. This old man, who had spent 20 years traveling the Central Plains, had a cold look in his eyes. As for the fat man, who was constantly hugging his hands to expel the cold, his body was already huge, and after wearing the armor, he looked even more bloated. The Empress of Beimang retracted her gaze and turned to look at the fat man whose reputation was notorious in the streets of Shijing. She joked, "South Chu and North Dong, two big fatties. Back then, you lost to Chu Lushan and were driven out miserably. Now that he has become the Protector General of Beiliang, you are the king of the South Courtyard. In terms of official position, you are already better than him. Do you have the confidence to get back at him this time?" Dong Zhuo, the king of the South Courtyard, who was in charge of the entire border war, did not grin in front of the old lady for the first time. He rubbed his cheeks and said softly, "If Lu Qiuer and I had the same number of troops, it would probably be very difficult. But the current situation is that I have 1,000,000 troops against his 300,000 troops. There is no reason for me to lose, but I always feel that it is a little unfair. When I see Lu Qiuer, he will definitely not be convinced." The Empress of Beimang smiled and said, "I know myself well. I don't know much about war, so I don't have the bad habit of giving orders to the warriors at the border. It's just that your deployment of troops is so strange that I was so curious that I traveled more than 800 miles to see you. Even though the imperial decree of peace has patiently explained your intentions to me time and time again on the way, I still hope to hear it from your mouth. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease." After Huang Songpu heard about your deployment, he was so angry that his face turned ashen. He even shamelessly asked me to allow him to be the king of the South Courtyard again. He just wants you to pack up and get out of here, so that you don't squander the wealth that the South Dynasty has accumulated for 20 years. Dong Zhuo clenched his fist, knocked on his red nose, and said in a muffled voice, "Among the Liuzhou, Yuzhou, and Liangzhou that border our dynasty, Liuzhou is the easiest to take, and Yuzhou is the most exhausting. But of course, the northern line of Liangzhou is the most difficult to take." At this point, Dong Zhuo paused for a moment. The Empress of Beimang waited patiently, but the fat man was completely silent. After waiting for a long time, the old lady could not help but laugh angrily. "Are you done?" Dong Zhuo continued, "Logically speaking, it's better to break one finger than to injure all 10. The main force should attack Liangzhou and march straight down, swaggering all the way to the Beiliang Palace on Mount Qingliang before stopping. Using a relatively small number of troops on the two flanks to tie down Yuzhou and Liuzhou is the best strategy." The Empress of Beimang nodded. It was obvious that she thought so too. In fact, this was the conclusion that Beimang had reached in the early stages of their discussion. The dried-up bait in Liuzhou did not interest the Beimang at all. Attacking Liuzhou was meaningless other than prolonging the supply line. If the stalemate in Liuzhou was prolonged, Bei Meng's gains would not make up for the losses. After all, there were several elite cavalry units on the border of Liangzhou that were equipped with terrifying long-distance attacks. Li Yishan had single-handedly created the situation of more than 100,000 refugees in Liuzhou. His original intention was to increase the breadth and thickness of Beiliang's strategy, which had always been its weakness. Dongzhuo put on a distressed expression and said, "This strategy was indeed the best strategy. However, after more than 10,000 light cavalry units infiltrated Jizhou, the situation began to change. Furthermore, Beiliang has been flirting with the western regions for the past few years. I'm afraid that when the time comes, not only the north of Jizhou, but also the western regions will emerge and attack the southern dynasties. When the time comes, the southern dynasties will be in a mess. I've considered Su Fengnian's temperament. He's a scoundrel who's never afraid of dying together with others. He'd rather give up his headquarters in Liang province to defeat the southern dynasty. I'm sure he'd do it. Even if he has to wipe out all the Beiliang cavalry, he'll still destroy the foundation that Bei Meng has painstakingly built up over the past 20 years. This should be his plan." Dongzhuo suddenly spat and cursed King Liang. "He's so lucky. After Su Shao the butcher left, he's replaced by that crazy Su Fengnian. Even if it were Chen Jibao, I wouldn't be so conflicted." Dongzhuo's eyes turned ruthless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since Su Fengnian wants to risk his life, it's simple. I won't give him the chance to play tricks. Bei Meng's million-strong army will be divided into 3 groups. I'd like to see how he'll twist and turn. After all, we have the advantage in numbers on every front." Yan Wenluan said that 150,000 corpses are needed to fill the gourd, so I'll use 300,000. Liuzhou has 30,000 dragon elephant cavalry, and those refugees. I'll use General Lu Gui's 200,000 to fight. Liangzhou is difficult to conquer. Will 500,000 be enough? If it's not enough, I'll ask your majesty for another 200,000 to 300,000. The Bei Meng empress frowned and said, "In this way, although the southern dynasty won't have anything to worry about, isn't the price too high?" Dongzhuo shook his head and said, "The Liang imperial court dares to use West Chu to train their soldiers. As a people who live on horseback, we Bei Meng are natural warriors. Why wouldn't we use Beiliang to train our soldiers?" The old lady wanted to say something, but stopped. Dongzhuo said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Dongzhuo, can promise you that even if Beiliang destroys 500,000 or even 600,000 of our soldiers, as long as we conquer Beiliang, I'll definitely return the 2nd million-strong army with both hands." The imperial decree of peace finally opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, after winning this war, Beiliang and Jizhou will soon become the 2nd southern dynasty. All the civil officials of the southern dynasty are already prepared. Wherever the cavalry's hooves pass, it will be the beginning of the scholar's pen. This is the real backup plan that I've prepared for Bei Meng. As long as Bei Meng's army conquers those territories, I'll be able to manage those places immediately and let the Bei Meng dynasty's borders follow the war horses as they move southward." The Bei Meng empress nodded, but soon asked worriedly, "I'm not doubting your ability, but will the Liang imperial court give us enough time to digest the results of the war? Also, won't Gu Jiantang's Eastern Front take the opportunity to cause trouble?" The imperial decree of peace said calmly, "Everyone thinks that West Chu's revival is a flash in the pan, but I firmly believe that Chao Chongqing will be able to see the top of Great City's city wall." Dongzhuo smiled and said, Yuan Bunshi and the others felt that after the Battle of Liangmeng, even if they gave up the entire northwest to us, they would still have the 2 pillars of Liao, Gu Jiantang, and Western Shu, Qin Jibao, to support the border. Therefore, They were happy to see the last drop of blood of Bailiang. However, if it's really as the imperial decree of peace said, then Gu Jiantang will have to leave the Tuliao and return to Graydon City. At that time, we can place a small number of troops in Bailiang to deal with Qin Jibao. Taking a step back, at that time, we will have the depth of Bailiang and the Southern Dynasty. This is a huge geographical advantage that cannot be ignored. Naturally, we will be able to greatly reduce the losses caused by Qin Jibao's troops. No matter how amazing Qin Jibao is, it will be difficult for him to turn the tide in a short period of time. However, we can follow West Chu's lead to Graydon City and take a look at the world's largest city with a population of millions. Dong Zhuo must go and see how tall the city wall is, the old woman said emotionally, after training with the Bailiang cavalry, then climbing up the city walls of Great Peace City, and taking care of Gu Jiantang and Qin Jibao in the Central Plains. The men of Beimang will kill their way to the southern border and throw themselves into the sea. Even though I am a woman, I feel heroic just thinking about it. Dong Zhuo grinned. The magistrate of peace glanced at the king of the southern courtyard, who had left everyone else in the dust in the Beimang court. His gaze was complicated. The Empress of Beimang raised her hand and patted the fatty's shoulder. She said calmly, "As long as you can reach that step, I am not that Li Yang Zhao Dun. I can tolerate a Dong Zhuo who seizes territory. South of Guangling River, everyone can have the surname Dong. I want the history books to remember the name Dong Zhuo for hundreds and thousands of years. After 100 years, she looked to the south and laughed loudly. In the future, whatever the surname of the world, I have no children. I don't care." With a thump, Dong Zhuo knelt on the ground. The old woman kept looking to the south. Old cripple. The world could have had the surname Su. In the early spring of the second year of Xiangfu, a group of Bailiang crossbowmen roamed outside the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou. As the sun rose from the east, the morning dew on their armor gradually dried up as the chill of late spring dissipated. Each of these elite scouts rode 2 horses. Their mounts were the best war horses from the largest pastures in Bailiang. With a great battle imminent, the best horses from the various pastures were given to these special troops first. Compared to the battle lines in Liangzhou, where an arrow was knocked on a bow and could be triggered at any moment, Yuzhou, which had more strategic advantages, made people feel more at ease. This was because both sides in Liangmang acknowledged that if Beimang wanted to attack Yuzhou, they would have to use more than 100,000 lives to fill the gap or even flatten it. Butcher Su Xiao had spent more than 10 years meticulously building the Wu Castle system at the mouth of the gourd. It could be said that it had reached the pinnacle of defense in the history of the Central Plains. Endless black-armored cavalry poured into the mouth of the gourd like a flood. This scene was like the great tide of Guangling River. Chapter 1341. Once upon a time, there was a mountain called Wudong. There was a peak on the mountain called Lotus. A young Taoist once lived on the peak. He wanted to go down the mountain, but didn't dare. His name was Hong Shixiang. But after that young headmaster returned from the mountain, it was said that he left the world. Then the even younger headmaster, Li Yufu, brought back a young child with spirited eyes. His name was Yufu. Perhaps his parents hoped that this child would be able to save up some good fortune every year. If a poor family wanted to live a long and stable life, it was nothing more than saving up. The Lantern Festival was a big festival. In order to welcome the Lantern Festival in the second year of Xiangfu, all the Taoists on Wudong Mountain, regardless of seniority, chopped bamboo to make lanterns and then pasted rice paper on them. Even the most senior Taoist masters like Qin Yao and Yu Xingrui were no exception. Unfortunately, the oldest martial uncle on the mountain, Song Jiming, passed away last year. He didn't ascend to immortality. The old Taoist master passed away peacefully. He only muttered that if only his younger martial brother was still alive, he would be able to refine several furnaces of truly good pills. Then there was the month before the old man's death. He often saw martial Uncle Song standing at the gate of Big Lotus Peak, looking at the foot of the mountain. Needless to say, he was waiting for the headmaster's martial nephew, from Wudong's old Jinren's Shifu Huang Manshan, to his de Shixiang Wang Zhonglo, to his little shitty Hong Shixiang, and finally the current Jiao Li Yufu. Song Jiming, other than the paintings of his ancestors, lived for 200 years and met for Wudong Jiao Jiao. Therefore, he passed away very peacefully. The older generation of Taoists was withering day by day. The great Taoist Master Qin Yao, who was in charge of discipline, also couldn't hide his old age. Fortunately, Wudong Mountain had always been indifferent to birth, old age, illness, and death. Moreover, Wudong Mountain was now flourishing with incense. Several peaks on the mountain held several not-so-grand, but still solemn opening of the mountain ceremonies. Even though it was close to the Lantern Festival and the sky had not yet brightened, there were still many good men and women who started to climb the mountain to burn incense. It was different from the many Taoist temples in Liang that would specially open a back door for high officials and dignitaries, and the common people could burn incense for a lifetime without being able to burn the first incense. In Beiliang, as long as you were early, the common people could also burn the first incense on Mount Wudong. There was an endless stream of pilgrims on Mount Wudong's southern Divine Avenue, and there were even many foreigners who spoke with foreign accents. As Bei Mang's army was marching south, the three prefectures of Beiliang were like a funnel, and the population was plummeting. These foreign pilgrims were like carps swimming against the current, which was enough to show the prosperity of Mount Wudong. There were even rumors that the imperial court would soon transfer the title of Mount Longhu to Mount Wudong to appease the people of Beiliang. Among the incense-burning army, there was a young man and woman who looked like a young couple. Probably because they were from a small family, they did not wear embroidered clothes or mink coats, nor did they have intimidating squires. They did not even have a lantern. They were climbing the mountain together with another family they met at the foot of the mountain, and they used the family's lantern to make their way up the mountain easier. The young man introduced himself as Su Qi, a native of Beiliang. His wife's surname was Liu, and her hometown was Qingzhou. In his words, she was married to a chicken and followed the chicken and dog, which was why she had come to Beiliang to suffer hardships. The large family traveling with them consisted of 4 generations, a total of 16 people. The old man's surname was Yen, and he was 80 years old. He said he was Taoist Guanling, and he had been an official in the capital as well as a local official. He had only returned to his hometown last year. The old man spoke humorously and was extremely talkative. Along the way, he chatted with Su Qi about what he had seen and heard in the north and south of the Yangtze River, adding a lot of laughter to the boring mountain journey. Although Su Qi did not say anything surprising, he was able to pick up on the old man's words every time. Other than the old man, the other 2 men of the Yen family originally did not like this so-called Beiliang barbarian. This could not be blamed on their arrogance. Among the many territorial disputes in Liang, Beiliang, where Su Xiao was in charge, and Nanjiang, where Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yen, was in charge, had always been the big brother. Not to mention the second brother. Both were barbarian lands in the imperial court. They could not even compare to the 2 Beiliang. As a result, there was once a big joke in the imperial court. They remembered that the first Beiliang scholar had passed the imperial examination like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, becoming a jinsher. This made Tai and City very surprised, and they wondered how there could be scholars in Beiliang. As a result, many people helped that scholar search the family tree. When they finally found out that the scholar's ancestral home was in Jianzhou of the Central Plains, they felt relieved. However, they did not care about the fact that the scholar had been born and raised in Lingzhou of Beiliang for many generations. It was not until Yan Jieshi became a relative of the imperial family and then a grand scholar of the palace hall, Jean Lanting's meteoric rise, and the great scholar of Confucianism, Yao Baifeng, came to the capital to preside over the imperial college that their terrible impression of Beiliang as uncivilized was slightly improved. They pinched their noses and admitted that Beiliang also had a family tradition of scholars. The distance from the main peak of Wudong's Golden Peak to the southern Divine Path was 12 miles. It was also a mountain road. With the old and young of the Yen family, their legs were weak and they walked slowly. By the time the first morning bell rang, they were only halfway there. They rested at the pavilion for travelers and pilgrims to rest. The old man took advantage of the first rays of dawn to look into the distance. Su Qi and his wife stood side by side, admiring the scenery below the mountain. After the old man retracted his gaze and sat down, his young great-grandson immediately ran over to massage his legs and feet. The old man laughed heartily and dotingly picked up the child and placed him on his lap. He pointed to the east and said, "This scene is called The Sky Opens to White." The child clearly had no interest in the sky opening to white. He raised his head and asked in a childish voice, "Great-grandfather, is there really an immortal on the mountain like my mother said? Can immortals ride on the clouds?" The old master of the Yen family laughed heartily and stroked the child's head. He did not give an answer. He only turned his head to look at the mountain peak shrouded in clouds and fog. He sighed softly and said, "I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the sky." Chapter 1342. The child, who did not get an answer, kept pestering him. The old man could only say, "As scholars, we must scrupulously abide by the saint's words of not speaking of strange forces and chaotic gods. However, I can still talk to you about something else. In fact, when I was young, I used to travel under the guise of traveling and secretly went to visit immortals in green robes with a sword. Perhaps I didn't have the lucky chance, so I didn't meet those masters with white hair and youthful faces in the eyes of the world. However, when I was middle-aged, I went to the Taoist master mansion on Longhu Mountain with many people and met the old Taoist master of that generation. However, we didn't have the opportunity to have a deep conversation. After all, at that time, my official status was too low, and I was only at the bottom. At that time, I felt that being an official was inferior to cultivating Tao. There were so many scholars in the world, and it was so difficult to become a scholar after the death of a grand tutor. There weren't many people who cultivated Tao in the world, so it was relatively easy to become a first-rank official. The child was disappointed. "Great-grandfather, then why did we come all the way to Mount Wudong? My father said that his bones were about to fall apart from the bumpy ride." A young Confucian scholar nearby suddenly blushed. The old man stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. "Great-grandfather has never seen immortals, but when I was in charge of a region, I met a Taoist priest of the same age. We had a pleasant conversation, and that Taoist priest taught me a set of body-nourishing techniques. The reason why great-grandfather can live to this age is because of that Taoist priest's kindness. Although so many years have passed, I still remember that Taoist priest's appearance very clearly. He was tall, benevolent, righteous, and heroic, with the style of an ancient wandering scholar. Compared to the yellow-purple noble of the celestial master's residence, he really didn't have any arrogance." The old man sighed. That Taoist priest was the previous leader of Mount Wudong, called Wang Shonglo. I only found out that he was the leader of Beiliang's Mount Wudong after a long time, so before I was completely buried in the earth, I hurried here to take a look. At the same time, I also wanted to see how high Baelyang's northwest sky was. Because when great-grandfather was an official in Tian City, there was an imperial censor who impeached a person. He said that after that person arrived in Baelyang and held a banquet, he pointed to the chair under his, and said to everyone that this chair was not the dragon chair, but it was much higher than the one in the capital. The old man's son was almost 60 years old. After hearing this, he laughed and said, "It's most likely nonsense." The old man nodded. Baelyang Su-chi, who had been watching the old man carry his great-grandson, did not say anything. He turned around and silently looked into the distance. His wife held his hand, tilted her head, and asked softly, "Is it true or not?" It was indeed the Sufinian's Su-chi. He said softly, "It's true. I was still young at the time. I was sitting on my father's lap. He was actually the one who said this to me. He probably wanted to tell me that being an emperor was meaningless." Su Fingyan gripped Lu Qingyan's slightly cold small hand, quietly revealing the truth. Officials retiring at 70 is Liang Imperial Court's rule. Being able to retire at 79 is not something anyone can do. The old man is Yen Song, the highest-ranking official in the capital, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. He did not have the same political opinion as Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. Later on, he was pushed aside to Gangnam-do's Luzhou. He was disheartened, and thus began to study in peace. This time, Grand Secretary Zhang's reputation was ruined. The entire court kept quiet out of fear. Yen Song was one of the few who dared to stand up for Grand Secretary Zhang, so it could be seen that back then he and Zhang Julu had an open and above-board dispute. The reason why I traveled with him was because Su Zhao's impression of this person was not bad. Of all the people who scolded him, Yen Song scolded Su Zhao fiercely, but it was reasonable. The old man suddenly smiled at Su Fengnian. Su-chi, before I entered Baelyang's territory and came to Wudong Mountain, I visited a few academies. The scene there greatly surprised me. It seems like your new King Liang is even more scholarly than the old King Liang. It really is rare. Lu Chengyan glanced at Su Fengnian, who revealed an expression of shame for the first time, and smiled knowingly. Su Fengnian turned around and said, "It must be because he knows that his martial arts are not as good as Su Zhao's, so he can only take a step back and fill in the gaps in his scholarly work." The child was confused. He tugged on the old man's sleeve and asked, "Great-grandfather, didn't my uncle say that the king of Baelyang's martial arts are very powerful?" A middle-aged man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "The martial arts of scholarly work and martial arts are not about the ability to fight." After chatting for a while, the group began to climb the mountain again. Now that they had come to Wudong Mountain to burn incense, there was one thing that visitors and pilgrims had to do. That was to see with their own eyes the many Taoists on the mountain, regardless of age or seniority, who collectively participated in the morning and evening exercises. The reason why the old and young of the Yen family had rushed up the mountain so early was to enjoy the scene. Hundreds and thousands of Taoists were practicing together in the square. It was rumored that the set of fist techniques was created by the previous chief, Hong Shixiang. Anyone could practice, learn, and benefit from it. When the group finally arrived at the square of Wudong Mountain, they did not miss it. Otherwise, they would have had to wait until dusk. Sure enough, just as the rumors said, countless Wudong Taoist priests who were standing close to each other were practicing martial arts together in the square. Even the layman could tell that the set of martial arts was comfortable. Yes, comfortable. There were no profound movements, nor were there any sounds like the normal practice of martial arts. It was quiet and peaceful. The old man Yen Song praised, "What a natural and smooth move." The child who was sitting on his father's neck pointed into the distance, as if he had discovered some incredible immortal. with a face full of surprise and joy. He said, "There's a child about my age who is also practicing boxing over there. There. He's at the very front." Although the old man could not see the situation clearly, he was a little surprised after hearing it. "Isn't it said that the person leading the fist techniques is the current chief, Li Yufu?" Su Fengnian explained. Li Yufu took in an apprentice. Behind those Taoist priests, there were many pilgrims who were also practicing boxing. Perhaps it was not the intention or even the form, but every one of them was very enthusiastic. It was just that they could not see the movements of the leading Taoist priest, so they could only practice boxing with the pilgrims in front of them or nearby. It looked a little out of place, but everyone was very serious. Then the old and young of the Yen family saw a young Taoist who did not seem to be very senior slowly walking from the front to the back. Along the way, he was constantly giving instructions to the pilgrims who were learning the fist techniques. He smiled and helped to correct any movements that were too forceful, or where the technique was not in place, or where the wrist was not enough, or where the back was misunderstood. Su Fengnian looked at the young Taoist who was leading the fist techniques meticulously. His expression was a little strange. When the young Taoist saw Su Fengnian, he smiled and walked quickly. Lu Chengyan whispered, "Do you want to practice too?" Su Fengnian asked, "Do you want to see?" Lu Chengyan smiled and nodded. Su Fengnian slowly walked forward and stood at the back of the line. Then he began to practice leisurely. The young Taoist was stunned for a moment. Then he stood beside Su Fengnian. Their movements were the same, smooth and pleasing to the eye. Su Fengnian closed his eyes. In the past, there was an unlucky guy who knew that he would be beaten every time he saw him. He would force a smile and say, "You are here." Su Fengnian whispered to himself, "The one who rides the bull, I am here." Chapter 1343. Wudong Mountain and Su Fengnian were fated to be, and it was Su Fengnian's blessed land. This was already recognized by Bailiang. It was said that Su Fengnian, the new Prince Liang, was able to become the world's #1, thanks to the hard work of the 2 headmasters when he was practicing on the mountain. That was why he was able to make rapid progress in the realm of martial arts. Nowadays, the elephant cleansing pool on the mountainside of Wudong Mountain had become the holy land of neo-martial arts. The stone house behind the waterfall was crowded with martial artists from all over the world who came to meditate and face the wall every day just to touch the immortal aura of the invincible man in the world. Every now and then, there would be people fighting for a place. This disturbed several young Taoist priests who were in charge of cleaning the elephant cleansing pool. They often complained to their master that it was delaying their practice and desperately begged for a change. Later, the headmaster, Li Yufu, let his disciple, Yufu, take over the responsibility. However, although Wudong Mountain opened the elephant cleansing pool to the public, the small thatched cottage and the small vegetable garden not far from the pool were always hidden under the instructions of Bailiang Palace. No outsiders were allowed to come near. The little Taoist priest, Yufu, would occasionally go to the thatched cottage to play. The originally abandoned vegetable garden also saw green again. After separating from the Yen family, Su Fengnian followed Li Yufu to the elephant cleansing pool. When Su Fengnian saw a large group of people bustling out of their tents and going to the pool to wash up with cotton towels on their shoulders, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to Li Yufu and asked, "Is it like this all year round?" Li Yufu nodded and smiled. "Yes, these martial artists generally do not make trouble. They take care of themselves. Every day, except for going to the square to practice martial arts in the morning and evening, they practice here. Wudong Mountain can't drive them away." It was unknown who had spread the news that youngest martial uncle had cut the waterfall with his wooden sword. Over the past half a year, more than 100 broken wooden swords had been fished out of the pool. Later on, there was another saying that the reason Wang Ye's divine skill was so great was because he found a martial arts secret manual at the bottom of the lake. Therefore, even though these people were not landlubbers when they went up the mountain, now each and every one of them was very familiar with the water. However, they did not find the secret manual, but they did find a lot of pebbles as bright and clean as jade from the bottom of the lake. Scattered all over the place, there were at least several hundred of them. Later on, after some discussion, they found a craftsman at the foot of the mountain who polished a set of top-notch chess pieces and presented it to Wudang Mountain. Although the gift was not heavy, but the affection was heavy. Su Fengnian was speechless. The Jianghu he was familiar with was like this. The lower the level of the market, the more pitiful and lovable it was. He found a gap and squatted by the elephant pool. Beside him were two Jianghu men who were still wearing old, unlined clothes despite the cold of spring. Su Fengnian knew that this was not the realm of being unaffected by the cold and heat. They were just pretending to be strong. In Jianghu, it was important to not lose to others. In the winter, if you wore a mink coat to keep warm, then you had to grit your teeth and wear unlined clothes. Even more ruthless, they would simply bare their arms. This was the same way as the literary world. In the midsummer, there were many madmen who wore fur coats and sang loudly in order to fish for fame. Su Fengnian squatted down and picked up a handful of cold water to wash his face. The burly man on his left glanced at him and was surprised that a young man who looked like a scholar had come to join in the fun. He asked in the jargon, "Newcomer, is there a mountain?" Su Fengnian nodded. "Mountain? Qing, Liang Mountain should count as a mountain, right?" Su Fengnian asked with a smile. "There are so many people squeezed here. Not to mention eating and sleeping, even farting and taking a dump isn't satisfying. May I ask, Senior, is there really someone breaking through here?" That fellow thought deeply. He probably felt that this kid was quite smart. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "How could there not be? 2 days ago, there was a brother who broke through the threshold of the third-rank realm in one night. It was a rather sloppy method, but after breaking through, his sword flowed like flowers and water couldn't get through. Before that, there was an old senior from Lingzhou who came here to comprehend the Tao. He stayed in the third-rank realm for more than 20 years. In the end, he just sat here for 3 months and broke through. I heard that after that senior became a master, he was in high spirits. On a full moon night, he let out a long roar. His voice was so loud that even a few miles away from the foot of the mountain could hear it. For a full hour, it was like thunder. Don't you think that's weird?" Su Fengnian held back his laughter and nodded seriously. "Us normal people can't even make a pot of tea's worth of time, let alone a full hour. Moreover, we'll definitely be mute for a month. For this senior expert to be able to roar for an hour, he definitely has a lot of internal strength. He's definitely in the master realm." The swordsman on the right secretly shuddered as he washed his face with cold water. He rolled his eyes and said, "Little brother, don't listen to little Kitten Kong's nonsense. What clear and long howl? What half an hour? Those are all nonsense. Who would be bored enough to shout for half an hour? Besides, isn't that old man afraid of disturbing the rest of the Wudang immortals? Su Shuriying, don't respect any martial path master. I only respect the Taoists on this mountain. They are really skilled. My grandfather's grandfather personally saw old ancestor Huang. My grandfather also received help from old sect leader Wang. When sect leader Wang split the river with a finger, my grandfather was watching from the side of the river. Now, that sect leader, Li, is also an expert just looking at his fist. I have to give him a thumbs up. The man whose real name was Kong Dahu, but who was ridiculed as Kitty Kong turned his head and looked at his brother, who gave him a thumbs up. He laughed. "Forget it, Su Shuriying. You're always bragging about your relationship with the king of Baelyang. Other than the two words Su and Su being homophones, the two of you are like heaven and earth, not even half a copper coin." Su Shuriying fiercely threw the cotton towel on his shoulder and glared. "My grandfather was one of the first old soldiers to follow the great general to Baelyang. My grandfather still has the armor and the 8-dipper bow passed down by my grandfather at home." Kong Daha laughed out loud and said, "If your grandfather is really a foreigner like the great general, then why did you say that your grandfather's grandfather had seen the founder of Wudang sect? Huang Manshan, did you not prepare your boast properly?" Su Shuriying felt guilty for a moment and then became angry out of humiliation. He said, "Anyway, my grandfather was born in the second generation of the Liaodong Old Barracks. Before the imperial court used the era name Yonghui, he had followed the great general to the north and south. My grandfather could shoot with the 8-dipper bow on foot and hit 8 out of 10. He could shoot with the 6-dipper bow on foot and hit 7 out of 10. My grandfather said that even the great general praised his archery back then. He said that when he went to Baelyang, he would let the Baimang barbarians know the strength of the Liaodong warriors." Kong Dahu sneered and said, "I've heard that other people say that divine archers can hit 100% of the time, or they can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. Your grandpa, Su Shuriying, can only hit 70% of the time. How could he be praised by the general?" Su Shuriying. "Oh, Su Shuriying, are you not afraid of choking yourself to death with your bragging?" Su Fengnian immediately had a whole new level of respect for Su Shuriying, because in the early days of the Imperial Court of Liang, there was a martial arts examination called the Law of Testing and Equestrian Archery. According to the law, Su Shuriying's grandfather's archery skills were indeed excellent. It was precisely because Su Shuriying didn't mention anything about shooting with 100 shots that it was more realistic. Su Fengnian asked, "Brother Su, why didn't you enlist in the army?" Su Shuriying sighed and said sadly, "When my father was young, he wanted to study and pass the imperial examinations. My grandfather didn't like it and said that studying was useless. My father couldn't persuade my grandfather, so he could only enlist in the border army and become a small official in the Xianli ranch. In the end, I don't know how, but he angered a big shot above him. The big shot had an even bigger backer. I think it was that Huaihua, great General Zhong Hangu. When he came back, he was half dead. My grandfather was a person who cared about his reputation. Even when he died, he didn't say anything. He just wanted me, his grandson, to study. Unfortunately, I'm not cut out for studying. I only want to practice martial arts so that I can accumulate some military merits like my grandfather and get an extra set of armor for the family to pass down as a family heirloom." At this point, Su Shuriying grinned and said, "I also have an older brother who joined the army at the border of Yuzhou. When he returned home during the spring festival last year, I heard him say that he would soon become an official crossbowman. My brother followed my father's example and was very good at studying and practicing martial arts." Su Fengnian asked curiously, "Your father was wronged at the border. Why did he let your brother enlist in the army? Besides, the culture in Baelyang is gradually growing. Studying can also give one a good future. Besides, the northern barbarians are coming. It's not safe to be a soldier." Su Shuriying, who always gave off a sloppy feeling, said sincerely for the first time, "I don't know what my brother was thinking. At first, he really didn't want to be a soldier, but after a few years, he didn't want to study at home. Luckily, there was a young lady in his hometown who missed him. She's almost become an old maid. But last year, my brother promised his future sister-in-law that as long as he became the most difficult crossbowman in Baelyang's 300,000-strong border army, He would marry her grandly the next time he returned home. As for my father, when he returned home from the border, he only knew how to drink. After my brother joined the army, he drank the most. But in the past 2 years, he drank less and didn't say anything crazy. Especially after the spring festival, he even quit drinking. Last time, when he and my brother went to visit my grandfather's grave together, when my father toasted, Su Shurring didn't continue speaking. He lowered his head and washed his face fiercely. Although Kong Dahu and Su Shurring usually teased each other, their friendship was actually quite good. The Baelyong martial artists who came to the elephant cleansing pool to bask in the glory were divided into different groups. Small characters like them who didn't have any family background couldn't even squeeze into the areas with good feng shui near the pool, let alone meditating and facing the wall in the stone house behind the waterfall. Some of the disciples of sects and schools formed groups, each with their eyes on the top of their heads. Not only did they feast on fish and meat every day, there were also many young female heroes who stuck close to them and messed around in their tents every night. Every morning when they woke up, their faces were glowing. People like Kong Dahu and Su Shurring could only watch enviously from afar. Those who were more daring would go and eavesdrop. Of course, the premise was that they weren't afraid of being beaten black and blue by the young heroes of the righteous sects. Chapter 1344. There was a commotion behind the three of them. It turned out that some people had recognized Li Yufu and his disciple Yufu. They all went up to greet them. Li Yufu was famous on the mountain for treating people kindly and not putting on airs with anyone. This was not the surface of being smooth and slick, but the spirit inside. This was also the chi of Wudong. Wudong Taoists did not care about seniority or Taoist temples. They all had the homework of reading the fortune sticks for the common people on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, and even writing letters on behalf of others. On this matter, an unshakable rule had been set since Ancestor Lu. Huang Manshan had read the fortune sticks and written letters for people. Wang Zhonglo was like this. Hong Shixiang was like this. Li Yufu was also like this. And maybe in the future, the little Taoist boy, Yufu, was also like this. Cultivation in Wudong was to cultivate people before becoming an immortal and cultivate oneself before becoming a Taoist. This was the true chi of Wudong Mountain. Su Fengnian and the other two turned to look at the young leader. Kong Dahu introduced him softly. This is Wudong's leader Li, a disciple that the old immortal Yu Xingrui took in the Eastern Sea in his early years. Leader Li's temper is very good. There are rumors in Jianghu that he killed an evil dragon in the #1 blessed land of Taoism, Earthlung Mountain. His cultivation is unfathomable. There are also people who say that the king of Baelyong made a special trip to Wudong Mountain to write to the imperial court, requesting for Wudong to be conferred as the ancestral court of Taoism. I think this is reliable. In the past, I didn't have much of an impression of that prince. Later, he sent troops to the border and refused the imperial edict to enter Baelyong, which was very satisfying. He also killed the arrogant and domineering old military chief Zhong Hongwu in Lingzhou. I feel that the new Prince Liang did not disappoint. This time, when the northern barbarians attacked, I heard that Prince went directly to the border and did not hide in Mount Qingliang. This matter was done to vent people's anger. Otherwise, if he became the #1 master in the world and still hid at home, it would be too embarrassing for Baelyong. For those of us who walk the Jianghu, if we leave Baelyong, wouldn't we lose face? Su Fengnian smiled, helplessly. Su Shurring softly said, "If the battle at the border is fierce, I'll ask my brother to introduce us to kill the barbarians. Killing one is worth it, and killing two is worth it." Kong Dahu couldn't help but mock. "You're just a pretty face. If you go, you'll definitely lose money." Do you really think that the northern barbarians are easy to mess with? Those barbarians have been relying on archers and horses since they were young. Their archery skills and horsemanship aren't bad. It'll be useless even if you go. Kong Dahu suddenly sighed with emotion. His Highness has done something wrong. He gave all the good stuff in the tide-listening pavilion's armory to that Woolene Alliance head of Mount Hui. It looks like that purple-clad woman is as beautiful as the rumors say. Otherwise, His Highness wouldn't have been so generous. Speaking of which, it's not a bad idea to leave some leftovers for us martial artists in Bailiam. Let's not talk about top-notch secret manuals, second or third-rate ones. Just give us one or two of them. Su Shurring spat. With your little backbone, you want to become a peerless expert. Even if His Highness were to give you a pile of secret manuals, it would still be a dream. Kong Dahu didn't get angry. You, Su Shurring, have a lot of backbone. Can't you just give me a few pounds? Su Fengnian tried to smooth things over with a smile. Wudong's nameless fist technique that everyone can learn has deep meaning. It contains Hong Shixiang's understanding of the Great Tao. I dare say that even if you only learn this fist technique for the rest of your life, you'll benefit from it regardless of whether you've been training in the past. Let's not talk about attaining the Tao and ascending to the heavens or becoming a first-rank expert. After all, it all depends on one's fate. But if you want to talk about strengthening the body and extending life, you'll definitely be able to ask the King of Hell for a few more years. In my opinion, even the 100 secret manuals in the tide-listening pavilion can't compare to that fist technique that everyone can learn. Kong Dahu was skeptical. Little brother, is this fist technique really that extraordinary? Su Fengnian nodded and said, it's just like an article written by a blind person. It looks very knowledgeable, but in everyone's eyes, it's just that. It's not really good knowledge. Similarly, the harder it is to learn a martial art, the higher the threshold. It might not be a good martial art. Kong Dahu laughed. This logic sounds nice, but it might not be true. Which martial art in the world doesn't have a high threshold? Little brother, do you think the old god of swords Li Chuangong's two-sleeves green snake is hard to learn? How could it be something that anyone could learn? The new god of swords Dong Tai's sword technique. Even a master wouldn't be able to understand it. Su Fengnian, who was rebutted, laughed. This is the brilliance of Wudong's fist technique. It is also the true meaning of Hong Shixiang's great Tao. The heavenly Tao that people can't reach is like the dangerous path at the peak of Mount Hua. It's just a narrow path. Although there are footsteps, there aren't many people. However, Hong Shixiang's great Tao is the flat path in the world. Everyone can walk on it, as long as one perseveres. Even if one's talent is mediocre, one can walk far. Kong Dahu was stunned. He pointed at this brother and laughed. It sounds like a twisted logic, but it does make sense. Su Shurring patted Su Fengnian's shoulder and said, Little brother, you have good perception. In the future, you will definitely become a famous master. Su Fengnian smiled. Thank you for your kind words. After the three of them stood up, Wudong's chief Li Yufu was still surrounded by people. The little Taoist child, who went up the mountain during the heavy snowfall last year, stood outside. He carefully sized up Su Fengnian. For some reason, the child had an unreasonable respect for this mysterious man whose identity he didn't know, but who was able to make his master pay special attention to him. But soon, he felt a sense of closeness in his heart. But in the end, it was more fear than respect. So, from the beginning to the end, the child hid behind his master and didn't say a word to this guy. Just when Su Fengnian and the little Taoist child Yufu's eyes met, and the latter quickly turned his head, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes and marten fur crept up to Su Fengnian. He didn't dare to move forward 5 or 6 steps away. His fists were clenched, and his palms were sweaty. Behind him was a group of disreputable friends who had nothing better to do and came to Wudong Mountain to admire the scenery and the moon. They didn't care about the chief of Wudong or the fist skills. But now, the officialdom of the old 3 provinces in Bailiang, as well as the descendants of the officialdom, had a completely different impression of a certain person, especially after the young people who had competed with that person to see who was more prodigal back than added fuel to the fire. They had reached a consensus that the most manly thing in the world was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. After the young man with a look of disbelief stopped, he timidly said tentatively, "I'm Lu Yukuan. My father is Lu Gongqi, the county chief of Danyang County in Lingzhou." Su Fengnian smiled. "Your elder brother is Lu Yushan, the cavalry captain of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry?" At that time, he followed the Long Xiang army straight into the enemy's territory and beheaded 12 people. Lu Yukuan, who was the most domineering in the eyes of his companions, suddenly had tears in his eyes and trembled all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. Eldest young Master Lu was about to kneel down, but when he saw the man in front of him gently shake his head, he immediately straightened his knees that had already bent a little, not knowing what to do. Last year, in the farce of the officialdom in Lingzhou, many meritorious generals were forced to take off their armor in front of the public by a young man with the title of Lingzhou General, revealing scars all over their bodies. Lu Yukuan was there to watch from a distance. At first, he did not feel that the scene was very shocking. But later, he saw his elder brother, who had returned from the border. His elder brother, who had always looked down on him, almost broke off relations with his father and the whole family because his father, who was a civil official, made a few sarcastic complaints at the dinner table. Later, he drank wine with his younger brother for the first time and talked intermittently about the war on the border. He talked about how his fellow soldiers died in battle calmly. Only then did Lu Yukuan begin to understand the heavy significance. So Lu Yukuan climbed Mount Wudong in the cold spring. He just wanted to know how the new Prince Liang practiced martial arts. Su Fengnian did not want to reveal his identity here, so he stopped chatting with Lu Yukuan. Then he said goodbye to Kong Dahu, and Su Shiying gave Li Yufu a look and walked to the hut with Lu Chengyan. After he left, Kong Dahu and Su Shiying looked at each other. How did this guy get involved with the dignified satrap's son? Looking at the situation, he was at least a figure with a family background of the same level. How could he be patient enough to talk to the two of them for a long time? The corner of Su Shiying's mouth twitched. At that time, he had pretended to pat that guy on the shoulder for fear that these aristocratic sons, who liked to hide knives behind smiles, would turn around and attack him. He hoped that he would not be put in a sack and sink into the elephant washing pool before he could figure out a master. Lu Yukuan had the courage to observe for a long time. When he saw the king of Bailiang squatting and chatting with the two poor martial artists for a long time, he hurried forward and made a toast. He took the initiative to get close to them and said, "Brothers, I am Lu Yukuan from Lingzhou. It is fate that we met. I have wine, the most authentic green ant wine. Why don't the 3 of us drink it together?" Kong Dahu asked stupidly, "Young master, you don't charge, do you?" Lu Yukuan smiled helplessly and said, "You're slapping my face, aren't you?" Kong Dahu and Su Shiying went to Lu Yukuan's luxurious silk tent in a daze and drank the boiling hot green ant wine. Around them, a group of playboys in bright clothes were looking at them with admiration, and the eyes of the few young and beautiful heroines were even brighter. When the two finally learned the man's identity, they were dumbfounded. In the 4th year of Xiangfu, Su Shiying, a cavalryman from Liangzhou, died at the border after his brother, who was a crossbowman. In the 6th year of Xiangfu, Kong Dahu, a foot soldier from Yuzhou, died in Beimang's Aquarius Prefecture. The two of them smiled before they died, and died without regrets.